Так, всем привет, дорогие друзья, дорогие подосиновики, подписоновики, подписчики. Ух, сегодня мы снова в диско Elysium запускаемся. Так, меня видно, слышно. Вот. Да, сегодня у нас диско Elysium. Сад. Ой, блядь. Деда, все, Ратахук помер. Так, сейчас получается это сюда. Это сюда. Блять. Я запутался. А. Так. Так, сейчас, моментик. Так, это я все сделал. Это можно закрывать. Это чат я открыл. Запускаемся. База. Мне тут Даша порезала дыню. Короче, я ем дыню вилкой. Если я буду есть дыню ртом. Блять, дыню ртом. Короче, если я буду есть дыню руками, то дыня окажется не у меня во рту, а на ебле, там, на мышке, там, на экране, там, на телефоне. А так, нормально. Вот. В такие моменты осознаешь, что любишь дыню, блядь. На самом деле, да, у меня основная проблема с всякими арбузами и дынями именно в том, что... Что? Ну, потому что на них гибло пачкается. Это проблема. Это большая проблема. Вот. Вот такая хуйня. Да. Так, у нас диск Elysium, он там потихоньку уже запускается. Нужно, во-первых, себя передвинуть. Рожу мою, короче. Да. Чтобы игру было видно нормально. Ебать, что дохуя дресни открыто. Надо это будет все позакрывать, конечно. Опа. Нормально, подгрузилось, что называется. Бам. Хуяндок. Что у меня вебка. Решила сегодня пооткисать. Блять. Я уже нихуя не помню, что мы остановились. Вот. Вот такая хуйня. Надо не забыть, что мне нужно достижение про пирог. Так, а где звук? Кто-нибудь слышит звук? Нет. Почему у меня Настолько сильно лагает игра, что я не смог, блядь, нажать кнопку «Загрузить игру». Что за хуйня? Да. Хуярга какая-то. Блядь, и чё? Давайте-ка я эту дресню закрою, нахуй. И чё, и почему у меня не запускается диск Elysium? Да. Блять, охуенно, этот процесс не отвечает. Пошел нахуй процесс, блядь. Нормально, нормально, блядь. Я бы даже сказал рофлс. Ждем, чё, ебать? Так, и почему нихуя не работает? Нихуя не запускается. Да, ситуация. Такими темпами я всю дыню доем. Эх, ждем потихонечку, пока там это все подгрузится, что называется. Waiting. Удивляюсь тому, сколько дискач очень долго грузится, блядь. Я уже выражал, блядь, свои сомнения по поводу того, что даже ебаный Pathfinder, нахуй, 500 гигабутов, ой. Короче, тяжелая дресня. Грузится, типа, за 3 секунды, а вот эта хуйня, блядь, типа, 300 лет. Поэтому, да. Называется, нихуя непонятно. Чё? Этот раз загрузишься? А что это за параша, блядь? Я опять нажал загрузить игру, и оно опять сломалось. И чё, блядь? Чё это за хуйня-то? Так, я попробую, не знаю, блядь, вот эту хуйню открыть, может быть, или чё? О! Сука! Подозрительное дело, погодите, мне нужно кое-что чекнуть тогда. Так. Нихуя оно жрет данные. Так называемое приятного... Ебать, у меня Steam клиент жрет 500 мегабайт, блять, оперативы. Охуеть. Вот уж действительно, блять, приятного аппетита. Блять, мне еще нравится то, что блять, система тоже прожирает у меня данные, блять. Короче, кайфуем, блять. Все пытаются сожрать мои данные. Так. Так, что там в итоге с пирогом? Так, концептуализация у меня нормальная, авторитет 7, стойкость. Нужно 6+, то есть нужно ее качнуть будет. Самообладание 4. То есть его нужно еще будет вкачать. Вот. Поэтому да. Так. Я съел твои данные, пирог тут 7. Стойкость можно просто бухлом понять. Да, я это помню. Так, а куда мы в итоге идем? Ну, если не за пирогом, то куда? Так, кстати, нужно не забыть то, что мне к 19 часам нужно к этому, к челу на балконе. Так. Нужно купить магнитофон. Будет. Вот. Так, короче, сейчас тогда я пойду, получается, скорее всего, к этим, к алкашам за подписями. Потом пойду, возможно, куплю этих, блять, короче, магнитофон. Вот. Потом нужно будет послушать пленку. И, соответственно, тогда к курильщику. Касаемо вот этой хуйни. Я пока не хочу с ними базарить по очень простой причине, на самом деле. Потому что мне для квеста... Короче, квест будет выполнить проще, если не говорить до этого с Мореллом. Ой, не с Мореллом. Ну, короче, да. Прошлый квест будет выполнить сильно проще, если с Мореллом не говорить. Поэтому тут с этим situation, что называется. Что это такое?
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
О господи, посмотри на дырки от пуль. Удивительно, что мне еще не доводилось видеть в стенах дырки от пуль.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs.
Не без Морелла, а, короче, если побазарить с Мореллом, то он уйдет к Лене. А, типа, вместе с ним этот криптофашист уйдет. А нам для квеста традиционалистского на следующий день, короче, его проще пройти, если криптофашист будет стоять все еще здесь. Короче, с ним можно будет побазарить. Поэтому нам придется подождать с Мореллом. Вот.
Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Почему?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
Визуальный анализ. Почему их так много?
Unable to piece together the big picture just now. There's a hole in their hypothesis.
Я tupой.
The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smiling mouth, smiling its deadly smile, laughing at you, and the world, and the living.
Рофлс. Что называется, какая же жиза. Так. Опа. Доски угрожающе трещат, когда ты бежишь по ним, осторожнее. Лыжная шапка отфал! Нихуя! Вот эта шапка, блядь. Ебать, правда мне логика нахуй не упала, а оно снижает мое восприятие, которое у меня на 6, блядь. Не, братан, блядь, мне такое не интересно, к сожалению, мне такое не интересно. Верну, пожалуй, бомжовскую шляпу. Прикол, я никогда тут не был в прошлый раз, кстати. Я бы назвал это Рофлс. А я ведь реально тут не был. Я случайно сделал скриншот. Так, погодите секунду. Мне, получается, что? Так, нужно разогнаться. Так, что там было, блядь? Мне что такое... стоп. Не, это не то. Где? Пильзнер. 14, блядь. Разогнались. Так.
Hello, I'm Gary.
I'm
How do you
Gary.
do, officer? Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. That sounds awfully familiar.
Звучит очень знакомо, стоит запомнить на будущее.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Небольшой фанат... Так, Так, погодите секунду, блядь.
Here we go. Nice and easy.
Подождите, возможно мне, чтобы открыть эту ветку диалога, сначала поговорить с криптозоологом.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
А видимо, Морел
So
криптозоолог.
what do I owe the pleasure?
Блять, не оставлять свою женщину одну в кафетерии посреди коммунистов.
The lieutenant sighs at your flagrant misogyny. The cryptozoologist's companion says nothing, but nods approvingly in
Блять,
your
какая
direction.
же ржака!
Yeah. So that's what this is. Lena sent you. Can't say I blame her. We've been here for days. That darn water lock is broken, and we can't go under the 881.
Ого, это я сломал шлюз мотокарета. Теперь его починили, можете
You
возвращаться.
broke the water lock with a motor carriage. But there was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
Наверное, прав, сделав в щите. В любом случае, вы можете
Did you say
возвращаться.
we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see
Похуй на
Lena,
тот квест,
tell her
блядь.
I won't be long.
Без Гэри пройдем.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more
Последний
round.
обход.
See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
For all his passion, This man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Так, погодите секунду. Мне нужно проверить...
Hello again. How do you do?
I heard that, Gary.
You were supposed to.
Небольшой фанат прогулок, да?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Вырожденцы, выдающийся авторитет в этой области, научил меня определять малейшие признаки вырождения.
Oh, I didn't mean it in any scientific way.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
Так, вот теперь нам нужно, короче, да, блядь. Ты тоже криптозоолог.
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
Так.
What does he do then?
Дальше
This feels
будет
like a good
задоминировать.
opportunity to dominate him.
А чем ты тогда занимаешься, если не криптозоологией?
Oh, this and that.
Так. Если жизнь хватает, есть продвижение по карьерной
I'm
лестнице.
doing all I can in this economy, officer. I work as a special courier. You know, urgent deliveries, overnight deliveries, deliveries to out-of-the-way locations.
Ты составляешь товары. Какие?
Oh, I don't know the contents, officer. Part of my job is discretion. Oh, this and that, sometime.
See? He's being evasive. Shake him up. Show him.
Подожди, чего? У меня что-то, блядь, не прокнуло, походу.
Okay, I work... officer, I work as a special courier. You know, I don't know the contents of... Yes, officer?
Погодите, походу у меня что-то не прокнуло. Блять! Как хорошо, что я загрузился, блять. Я дегенерат, блять. Я забыл про этот... Да, я его не поднял. Я баран, руина. Хорошо, что заквиксейлился, блять. Так, что там с этой шляпой? Что там с самообладанием мне снижает? А, дурацкие штаны. Сейчас мы их снимем и наденем какие-нибудь пока другие временно. Во, блядь. Даже... Чё?
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slow.
О! Кстати, мне сейчас такую хорошую штуку выдаст.
The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels.
Я знаю, что сама по себе мысль хуёвая. Ну, типа, не то, что прям крутая. Но, бля, она так лорно охуенная, я хочу ее взять. Так, значит, мне не хватает магния.
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
Так мне нужно закинуться магнием?
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium. 1 stroke? Don't be so modest. He's having
Прямо
one right
сейчас
now.
приступ. То есть ты говоришь, что мне нужно стать магниевой формой жизни?
Yes, if you want to live,
Эволюционируй.
evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system. Just remember, it's not the alcohol. Buy more of that too. Alcohol is not the problem. And it's certainly not the dextroamphetamine,
Охуенно.
nor pyrrolidone. that sweet, sweet psychoactive radiation drug, nor smoking for 40 years. It's the lack of magnesium and excess of coffee. You should stop drinking.
Охуенно, мне так нравится, блядь!
Gastrointestinal system.
Это охуенно, мечта.
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do, officer?
Так, стоп, у меня концептуализация меньше 4. Трепет. Так, стоп, что мне там надо? Авторитет нормально, стойкость нормально, совладание нормально.
Yellow man.
The lieutenant, yellow.
I'm just waiting for my friend.
Большой фанат
I like
прогулок.
nature, just not this. Oh,
Так, это я все прожму.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
Ты тоже криптозоолог?
No, no. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
What does he do then? This feels like a good opportunity to dominate him.
Чем ты занимаешься, если не криптозоологией?
Oh, this and that.
Звучит интересно.
Sometimes.
See, he's being evasive. Shake him up. Show him who's boss.
Это не ответ.
I just didn't want to bore you with unnecessary detail, officer. I work as a special courier. You know, urgent deliveries, overnight deliveries, deliveries to out-of-the-way locations.
То есть ты доставляешь товары, какие?
Oh, I don't know the contents,
Да, мне не
officer.
хватило
All of
самообладания.
my job is discretion.
Так,
He's trying too hard to seem untroubled by your question. The rigidity in his posture gives him away.
ты доставляешь наркотики?
No, no, that's far too dangerous. Besides, dealing drugs isn't for people like me and you, officer.
Ты доставляешь оружие?
No, nothing like that. I leave that to companies with hundreds of years of tradition in arms manufacturing. No need for an amateur like me cutting in.
Ты доставляешь письма тайных любовников, важных чиновников и сотрудников
What
корпораций?
do I look like? A pansy? Besides,
Охуенно.
that kind
Осуждаем.
of cavorting goes against the community values that would strengthen our city.
You're a simple cop asking a simple question. He can't beat around the bush much longer.
Хорошо, я дурака. Так, ты пока не под подозрением, но если пророж увиливать будешь.
Okay, fine. You got me. I'm a special topping pie delivery courier.
Что?
You heard me. I deliver topping pies. It's temporary. I'm looking for another job. Not many jobs for good men out there these days.
Скажешь, что сейчас особые пироги, что в них особенного.
They're wheat-free and vegan and huge.
Huge. Как насчет доставки?
He's thinking of a way to gain some advantage from his embarrassing situation.
That's basically it. I'm a pie delivery man. How about we change the subject?
Yum. Did someone say topping pie?
Сказал, пирог? А не хочешь ты доставить пирог мне?
Sure. If you want, I could get you one for free if we ever meet in the city, officer. Wheat-free. Just ask me later.
Отлично, все, теперь мне нужно будет только забрать пирог у Гэри. Так, вернуться в гостиницу, поговорить с ними опять. Замечательно. А тут немножко. Привет, Кори, привет. Как делишки, как настроение? Так, у меня замечательно. Ем дыню вилкой. Знаешь что-нибудь о повешенном за танцами в тряпье?
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear someone's finally taking care of that.
So you do know something about it?
No, no. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're
Вы
looking into
расследуете это дело и
That's
все.
all.
He's not feeling very comfy in his clothes, is he? Strange.
Это твоя кружка.
My mug? Why would you think that?
His eyes widen at the sight of the mug. He's seen it before, all right.
Ты похож на человека, у которого дома может быть целая коллекция таких кружек в колониальном
How do
стиле.
you mean? Forgive me, officer, but we've only just met.
He's trying not to look afraid, because that would be incriminating. Yet he is.
Так. Так, ты просто признай, ты выбросил кружку в мусорный бак за танцами.
Maybe. Okay. Yes, I did. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to fine me, are you?
Штрафу. Бля. Ну, мы вроде теперь как бы его охуенный какой-то, бля. Короче, типа, ну, бля, с одной стороны, типа, мы, блядь, типа, как с ним, что называется, теперь в одной лодке, как бы, да, блядь. Нихуя к себя почти сравнялось. Но с другой стороны, типа, деньги мне нужны.
Oh, God. 250? How am I gonna pay that? Okay. I'll work harder. I'll pay it off. I promise.
It's, in a way, admirable how quickly he composes himself after such a blow. This man digs authority, even when it's bullying him.
And I'll never do it again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing.
А, подождите, я эти деньги не
Just
получу,
answering
блядь?
some questions.
Бля,
Helping
погодите, извиняюсь, я... Я рестартну эту хуйню, я думал, я эти деньги получу. Тогда хуйня идея.
Hello. Yellow.
Так, блядь, извиняюсь. Сейчас мы быстренько.
I like nature. Just
Serious question.
Так,
no.
What does he do then?
так, звучит
listen,
интересно.
See,
Не
I
ответ.
work as a
Товар
I
доставляешь.
don't know the contents, officer. Part of my job.
Блядь! Сука. У меня очень криво квиксейв стоит, блядь. Я про него забыл. Фу, блядь. Сейчас я все, блядь, переделаю как надо. Так. Все.
these are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
И все обычное и нормальное.
I know you do. These inter-Estellari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this. That you're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be. Makes sense. This is what wearing boring office trousers does to you.
Рофлс. Так, только я не... А, не те нацепил, мне вот эти нужны.
Hear that?
Так,
the magnesium level. Yes.
Так, вот, собственно.
You one stroke. Yes. Just and it's certainly nor poor.
Так,
nor
вот это все у нас было. Вот теперь я сохраняюсь.
Hello.
Так, вот теперь я с ним базарю.
I'm just wait. I like nature. Oh,
serious question.
Так,
no.
What does
Oh,
сейчас мы это
Сам.
все проскипаем.
I work as a special. Oh,
He's trying to.
no. What do I?
You're a simple cop.
No, nothing. Okay, fine. You heard me. They're weak. That's basic.
Yum.
Sure.
Все, отлично.
Oh,
Так, теперь мы вот это вот
He's
спросим.
not feeling very comfy.
Ma.
His eyes widen at the sight of them.
How do you?
He's trying not to look afraid, because that would.
Maybe. Okay.
О, на 20 реалов.
Okay. I deserve that. And I won't do it again. You have my word. I don't know what got into me. Stuffing my garbage in another man's property, I've been having trouble at work lately. The Koikos are price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Here we go. Start pumping that.
Скачиваем инфу. Как ты пробрался в мусорный бак?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Чем тебе лазать ко всем в
So
мусор?
I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Гэри, ты выбросил одежду жертвы от человека, которого повесили за танцами в тряпье в мусорный бак.
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that. I
Объясняй.
was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Ладно, а потом что?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
Сейчас ничего не известно о пропавшей броне жертвы.
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely. After.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
Тебя удивил мой коллега, лейтенант Кицураги.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next races will be a really good one?
Так, помните, когда следующий будет по-настоящему хорош. Да.
Well, this is that racist.
Вот он. Правда, Гэри, ты расист.
Hey, man, all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact.
Какие-то претензии к столицам, лейтенант уроженец Ревашоля. Да, чем они вообще-то у себя в шоре занимаются, запрещают что-то.
Looks up at you, almost sadly.
Oh, no. Nothing like that. Definitely not scheming.
Так, Гэри, живешь неподалеку от Форти Мартинезе, верно?
Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
И большой поклонник человека из Хелюндали.
How?
Эврарко решил, что необходимо вскрыть твою квартиру.
Mr. Clare unlocked my apartment?
Кивнуть, не переживай, не заходил.
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
Так, Если ты, Гэри, это просто открытая
What
дверь.
could it be about? I probably talked too loud. In the whirling. About some theories I had. Whatever it is, I'm done with it. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay?
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation.
Чего он так дергается, что самообладанием? Проанализирую манеру держать себя.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to
И внушительная мускулатура.
No, he's scrawny. Try again.
Что-то надето под рубашкой.
It sounds like he's wearing some kind of armor under his clothes. You can't tell it's there just from looking at him. Probably stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
Вижу, ты ценитель высококлассного боевого
I
снаряжения.
knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Почему ты на самом деле выбросил одежду в мусор?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here. Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Гэри, почему ты мне солгал?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
Тебе известно, кто убил помешанного?
I always thought it was the Union. But I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word.
Немедленно
I
отдай
don't
мне
know,
броню.
and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat. This is it. This will protect your mortal shell.
Надень и живи. Ну что, Гэри, мы закончили?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Спасибо за содействие. Так, Внутренняя империя 14, полицейская волна 12. Что-то мне нужно вот апнуть такое было, и я забыл что. Ну, вообще, можно пока трепет апать. Либо самообладание вкачать до упора, кстати. Вообще можно, почему бы и нет. Так. Сила воли, болевой порог. Минус эмпатия, но... похуй, семерка все равно ничего не решала, но плюс сила воли и плюс болевой порог. Ебать, я теперь этот модный в броне, блядь. Так, и нужно, соответственно, вернуть вот эту базу. Все, теперь на 12-12 и, соответственно, самолание 4 как раз. Называется то, что мне нужно. Так. Ну и плюс, да, нужно будет не забыть качать трепет. Потому что это база. Based. Вот. Вот. Вот такая хуйня. Да, реально, нужно будет не забыть качать трепет. А, и еще, кстати, да, у меня же есть эти... Так, и теперь вопрос. Общаться ли мне с криптозоологом? Или забить и дождаться дождаться следующего дня, чтобы пообщаться с Гэри? Наверное, я попробую дождаться следующего дня. Так. Так, давайте тогда что? Так. Так, давайте-ка я открою вот эту вот макулатуру. А, стоп, ландыши.
As I said,
А,
an
это...
The petals, water flows up.
Мы это смотрели. Во, белый
You
конверт.
take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Изучить
The
план
youth
зонирования.
center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
Тим, что
I'm
скажешь?
no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but
Да, снатила денег в
There
статье.
doesn't seem to be anything of interest here. No fine print. You're smart. You can read.
You can read. База получается. Так. Надо предложить... А, точно, кстати, да. Нужно поговорить вот с этими. Так.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Я твои
My mom's
родители.
outside. And I don't really know about my dad.
Что это?
It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replace the broken scooter you almost certainly broke.
Могу вы забрать, знаю одного человека, о которому очень нравится чучело
Sure.
птиц.
Just go and get it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
Что у тебя в руках?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Кажется, барашка не слишком хорошо себя чувствует.
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a
Ревошольца?
No, that's not it. You know where you are, Lammy?
I think she means revolutionary.
Yes. Lammy was a resolution.
До свидания.
Bye.
птица. База.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Эй, где ваша
The
мама?
kids don't reply, absorbed in their little game.
А крошка Лили это ваша сестра?
Yes.
Да?
Yes.
И все, лаконичный
It
ответ.
doesn't look like he knows what that means.
Вас, ребята, друг от друга не
The
отличить.
stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Да, это и
The
сказал.
boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids.
Видимо, с детьми. Да, так и
Don't
есть.
worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything here.
Так, блять. Все, это я переотправил в базу. Так, а я могу, типа, ребятам попросить, что называется, подписать?
The legend.
А, кстати, я могу с этим побазарить, точно.
Tequila Sunset.
Дурак от роду, так, теперь я готов, я все увидел, расскажи мне про историю Текилы Санса.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday.
Ролд.
And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you, the man, the myth.
Погоди, мы встретились в пятницу?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the bug. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police
Охуенно.
officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Концептуально. Ты явился в пятницу с расследованием, решив, кто раньше встает, тому Бог подает. Но тебе он, видимо, подал на выпивку.
Oh yeah, that's totally your style.
It's totally your style.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Прошу,
It was a
продолжай.
late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Ты сам в этом знаешь.
Oh, yes, you do, Bratushka. The only thing better than that is putting the pedal to the metal after you kiss the tie. And off we go.
And off we go.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard.
Рекламный щит.
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Естественно.
Anyway, there was a brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic.
Three men are standing on a wooden platform extending out from the shore of a dilapidated fishing village, their cheeks red, spirits high, beers in hand, eyes glazed over.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs. The time hath come! So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come, to which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things."
The end of all things. Каждое слово правда. Tequila Sunset уничтожит тени реальности.
Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt,
Чё-то мне
covered
пострадал.
in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with
Это
us,
естественно, ты не в
which you naturally
согласии.
agreed to.
What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers, for your helping hand.
Thank you for your helping hand.
We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Блять. Так, если скажешь твое имя. Я стал рад, что мы тебя называли именно так. Tequila Sun, значит, звучит неплохо.
Yeah, I agree.
И как долго мы зажигали?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite
Это
a story.
история.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to
Наверное,
work with him.
гордишься, работаешь с ним.
If you only knew.
Если бы вы только знали. Я рассказывал вам что-нибудь конкретное о той особе, которая меня
You
раздавила.
were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
Открывай эту дверь.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Я впитал еще какую-нибудь потерю.
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too. That's a big one.
Я говорю что-нибудь про своих
You
коллег.
told us that they were a bunch of fucking
Неудачники
losers
хуев,
whose main interest was
которые только и
cramping your
хотят,
style.
что испортить твой стиль.
It's more like you were cramping this.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Я говорю что-нибудь о расследовании.
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of
На степени
alcoholism.
алкоголизма.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Обсуждаем политику.
Yeah, you seemed really mad about immigrants for some reason. I'd rather not get into the details. It was pretty low concept.
Так, смогли бы понять, что я
You
закоп.
kept telling us that in your work you've seen a lot of blood, but that it's nothing compared to the great bloodletting to come. I believe you mentioned something about the ground cracking open to swallow cities and dreams alike. Yeah, I remember that
Помню эту
simile,
метафору, или как она там
whatever the fuck they
называется.
are.
С меня достаточно истории.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Кажется, неплохо умеешь рассказывать историю. Поделишься еще одной как-нибудь.
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Так, не хочешь сказать, почему тебя прозвали дурак от рода так?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly
Ты
familiar.
хочешь выпить, да?
I don't want it, man. I need it.
I need
Can't
it,
tell
блядь.
stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see? So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Вот у меня есть пильзнер крепкая.
Not much, but it will do.
Блять, я проебал все! Похуй.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Я проебал все 12 поинтов.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder / junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
И бег помогал?
It did. With my trusty Sansaric tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
He's right.
Ужасно
It's
раздражает.
incredibly annoying. His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
Так, после того, как мы с этими челами поговорим, нужно будет не забыть тогда подписать эту макулатуру для этого, для чела. Потом пойдем тогда в ломбард, отдадим Гарту чучело птицы и послушаем эту хуйню.
So I removed the keyring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan.
Это был план.
I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very
Насколько
quickly.
мокрый.
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless.
А им ворота не открыть.
Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ух,
Ouch, indeed.
вот даже именно что
Reality was
ух.
looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
Так, что случилось
I
дальше?
rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them,
Я был
especially
одним
since
из
I was
лучших.
known to be one of the best.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it.
Же это
and I
сделал.
couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
Ты же понимаешь, к чему я веду.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Попробуй взглянуть на ситуацию по жизни страны. Тебе есть что рассказать.
Yeah. Maybe I've exaggerated certain parts over the years. When you tell a story too often, it begins to take on a
Обретает
life of
собственную
its
жизнь.
own. But what matters is that it's true to my subjective experience.
Так, к сожалению, надо бежать.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Что это за свет?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law
Знаешь, я вот
officers
сейчас
do.
услышал суперзвание
They
коп,
squint
потом
at
предложение и
lights,
понял, как
and
странно
they
это
solve
звучит.
shit. What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish.
О да, я в последнее время очень упорно шел к этой славе.
You have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen, Salem Rocky Bae, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
Мотор.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a
Ух,
black
стримок.
silhouette
Приветик,
against
Миш,
a
привет.
rasterized orange world.
Привет. Так, так, это хуйню я взял, но у меня забрали, блядь, все 12 этого, блядь.
The legend! Bottoms up, Captain. Bottoms up, Captain.
Так, мне пора. Кстати, такой вопрос. Все-таки 2. Стоп. Бля. Кстати, а что дает, блядь? Погодите. Я просто помню, что что-то там, блядь, давало к этому. К моему перку. Не к королевству совести, а вот именно к моему перку. Ладно, вроде бы нет. Окей. Так.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Нашел вот эту куртку, она грязная. Не могли бы ее выстирать для
I
меня?
can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Hell yeah.
Да не вопрос.
No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be torture to stay put.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Да, я подожду.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one.
О,
It's
штормовка
pretty
фал над
nice
фал.
underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
Цирку с двух ног. Ты, может, немного не понимаешь, братан, во что мы играем. Попросите получить вашу подпись.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says.
Двора хочешь построить на части деревенской территории молодежный центр.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
Погодите, а где мне ее найти?
She's right over there. The dark-haired woman, leaning over the railing.
Тогда пойду спрошу сперва у
Yes.
нее.
You do that. Can't let fat Mr. Clare down now, can you?
Так, что мне выпало? О, штормовка фал над фаун. Бля, это типа... Ебать, она странно выглядит. Болевой порог, сумрак. Но, блядь, не, мне трепет и полицейская волна важнее. Это слишком хороший плащ, короче.
Hi, officer.
Фу. Так,
Anything I can help you with?
как и всегда, я
You've
законодатель.
graduated to Lawbringer now?
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second-guessed about anything. So what brings you here, Lawbringer?
О, это хорошая мысль. Я вот ее точно изучу. Это зависит от обстоятельств, где мы находимся.
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes
Костюм
called
огромного
Elysium.
подсолнуха. Нет, к сожалению. Так, воскресенье на берегу моря.
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Самые постройки. У меня есть вопросы. Первый, как твое
The
имя?
name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Так, бля, главное не забыть про то, что... Так, мне нужно будет тогда в ломбард и потом к Гарту. Потом к Гарту, на балкон, скорее всего, и... Так, на балкон, к Гарту. И потом тогда уже заниматься этим, блядь, прослушкой, этой всей хуйней. Так, отличный меч.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
Чтобы пугать народ. Ты знаешь, как с ним
Not
обращаться?
really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
Выглядит довольно грозно.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Чем тебе пугать
From
людей?
time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Могу я одолжить этот меч?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I use to keep these animals in check? You would put me in an early grave.
She refuses, but your word is the law. You are law. She's making a joke. Her voice softens.
О, нихуя!
Is
Внушение
she
пробно.
flirting with you? A little? You think she might be?
Так эффективно, почему это больше не
What
выражается?
makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
That does not go for real men.
Тебе точно
It
не
does not
относится.
go for you. Show her.
Узри.
Not bad.
Неплохо. Нравится.
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
Так, куда делись все эти мужчины?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
А где сейчас он?
Gone.
The
Ган.
harbor seawall
О, нихуя.
endures the wash of the
Рокнул
freezing
трепет.
waves. Many things wash up against it and onto the beaches of Rivershop. Some inanimate, some just no longer alive. You shudder.
Куда
To
отправился?
the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Он умер, его кто-то
The
убил?
lieutenant shakes his head again.
Yeah. By himself. Inadvertently. He never respected the sea. Went out there drunk
Женщина,
like a
шли
skunk.
двоечку по студии
Sure
оттуда.
enough, one day he didn't come
Бля,
back.
братан, да я, типа, опять-таки говорю, ты, кажется, не очень понимаешь, во что мы играем.
Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk.
Охуенно.
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Здорово, Ляк, тебе жить и двигаться дальше. Нужно идти
Us
вперед.
working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
Бля, Рофлс.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Правильный поступок. Еще не найдено подходящее место. Исследуй побережье. Меня просили получить твою подпись.
Were you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the union building?
Он хочет построить на территории молодежный
What
центр.
a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that
Что подумать?
Evra and the union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess union members have children too.
Так ты подпишешь?
Aye. Why not?
Почему нет?
Fine. Here you go.
Погоди, почему ты это
I
подписал?
shouldn't have.
Это ведь Эврар, так что, наверное, это ошибка.
Probably, but it is a youth centre and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored.
Вы что, в сапёры онлайн? Ну, как видишь, как раз таки нет.
Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature. If it's a bad idea, she won't sign. You'll find she's a tougher nut to crack than me.
Так. Хуя, у меня внезапно... У меня, блядь,
Aye, the sea's gonna...
Чуваки, блядь, у меня нахуй русский язык пропал! Просто проебался! Бля, это было охуенно.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you
Я
with?
получил подписи Лилиен.
Lillian should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Either way, I won't sign.
Вы же обещали.
You need to check your facts, officer. I said no such thing.
Это была проверка.
Lillian's not the only one who's too trusting.
Что вы имеете против
I've
профсоюза?
seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor men promises we never planned to keep.
Блин, я не знал.
Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the rich get a little richer. That's the way it goes. So no, I don't trust the fat man, and neither should you.
She speaks with the authority of a leader. Hers is the final word.
Здесь решающее слово.
She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there. You may be able to convince her. It's really in her best interest to listen to you. You know how the world works.
Вы поймите, такой строительный проект. Это красная проверка была. Охуенно, блядь. Крит. Так. Такой строительный проект просто необходим этому месту. Люди, двигаем вперед до места Вергнова, и мы обязательно чего-нибудь найдем. Изабель, поймите, такой строительный проект просто необходим этому месту.
I've heard that pitch before plenty. Building this, building that, new jobs, new blood. Somehow the people here always end up holding the short end of the stick.
Нужно быть умнее, читать, что написано мелким шрифтом, думать наперед, искать
And what do
возможности.
you think I'm doing right now, Mr. RCM?
Tastes like soap, unsurprisingly.
Do you know who takes the cream of these deals? Real estate developers, construction companies, restaurant owners, clerks, accountants in La Delta. Have some integrity. You're an officer of the law, not some fat-slugs corrupt little crony.
It's okay. She's emotional right now. Keep at it. We're her out.
Бля! Мне внушения не хватает, короче. Кринж! Кажется, игра, знаю один лайфхак. Тебе нужно сесть в горячую машину сгореть. К сожалению, это уже произошло в прошлом, поэтому второй раз так сделать не получится. Немножко опоздал. Правда, она была не горячая, а тонущая. Охуенно, блядь. У меня нахуй восьмое внушение, этот мудак крит провал накинул, чтобы мне пришлось, блядь, тратиться на внушение. Погодите, а у меня разве не был автосейв там? Походу нет. А жаль. О, что это?
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Вот
Oh
как?
yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning. Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there.
Застарелым
Worn
ходом.
cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Бывшего мусорного
Sniffing is
ведра.
okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have
Фотонного
you leaving your
излучения.
photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What
О
is
чем
he
он вообще
talking about?
говорит? У тебя крутая футболка с человеком из
Hell yeah,
Хеймдаля.
man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar.
Нас много общего, я тоже большой фанат человека из
I
Хеймдаля.
wouldn't go so far as to say that I'm a fan, but I do think the Hjelmdalaman saga is an integral part of our shared reality.
Нашей
Most
реальности.
people don't think that the man from Hjelmdal really existed, but they're wrong.
Погоди, а то человек из Хеймдаля
I
реален.
mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Да просто бегай Молотова и кинь себе спичку со словами «Ты же Варик». Такой вариант у нас, ну, будет, только кидать будем не в себя. Я для этого подбирал там некоторые ингредиенты.
Okay.
Это будет позже. Скорее всего, даже не на этом стриме. Ну да, точно не на этом стриме. Это будет дня через 3. Ну, не реальности, а типа, ну, игровых.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
Сколько за футбол?
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
Может, просто отдашь мне за даром?
But why?
Человек из Хеймдаля суперзвезда, и я тоже суперзвезда, мы идеальная
I
пара.
suppose that makes sense, yes. Please go ahead and take it.
Добро пожаловать в Хеймдаль. Ебать, мне подарили футболку. О, трепет и грубая сила, бля. Но это сильно срежет авторитет, блядь, а это довольно полезный навык. Вот я хз, блядь, но футболка ж почетная. Но авторитет, блядь, 5. Мне его придется апать. Это полная хуйня. Да. Ситуация. Вот я даже не знаю. Ну, бля, трепет, это, конечно, база. Но ладно, я пока что, к сожалению, лучше с фервейзером похожу.
Hello, hello.
Чувак, какой-нибудь человек, как вообще может сгореть. А телефон под водой. Я ищу что-то, на чем можно ослушать катушку для полицейских дел.
Yeah, we still have those boom boxes on the shelves.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harman Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes.
Можно без скидку на магнитофон.
A discount? I do have to keep the lights on, man. It's 12 real.
A man like that in a neighborhood like this, in a rickety house falling into the sea, there's fear in him. Use it to your advantage.
А ты совсем не боишься грабителей в масках, обвалившихся крыши, смертоносных цунами, авиакатастроф, неудачных операций? Я куплю за 4 реала.
No, not really. I expect momentous change at any moment. But it seems that you are.
Боже, вы боитесь.
Fine. 4 real it is.
Success.
Success.
Whatever gets the job done, right?
4 реала.
Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Я только тебе дали футболку, вы же будете сделать рекламу в BNBBSC. Бля, братан, этот сервис умер несколько лет назад. Его не существует, скорее всего, уже. Ебать. Так, ну-ка нахуй. О! Все, блядь. Я теперь... Вот это настоящий антураж, блядь. База! У меня теперь эта музыка будет играть. Я проживу в 2021. Видимо, видимо.
Again? I can't believe this shit. Can I help you?
Гара, шел в танцах новую птицу.
What is this thing?
Пусть я просто подумал, что дырявчик хорошо бы тут смотрелся, такой же я коп. Пусть отсюда напоминание, устерегайся.
Cool, okay. I was really hoping not to think about the cock carousel any longer because it made me feel like shit. But
на чувство вполне приличное.
I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts.
Уметь принимать подарки.
Especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem. This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive cardio here. You'll live till 90. Or you get a heart attack from running.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
Так.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
прослушать пленку.
You push Command set, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a
Звуки
Kvalsund
окраина
train.
Квалсун.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice room. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style.
Kohoi.
Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on
Что
your
это
quarterdeck.
было в самом конце?
Spinning.
Тишина.
End of recording.
Что думаешь?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor.
Согласен, еще кажется, он был под шофе.
Still.
There's more going on here than we know.
А что такое этот Корти?
Corti could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gate.
Находился бы земель в Майнкрафте. Я лишь сюда во время... Я не буду зачитывать, но я осуждаю, я пока не буду, типа, удалять это, но, блядь, братан, не надо, пожалуйста, писать хуйню, которая может как-то, блядь, негативно влиять на канал, типа, как бы, давай, блядь. Тут пока вроде нихуя нету плохого, но на всякий случай осуждаем, но, типа, бля, больше такого не пиши, типа, реально, пожалуйста, блядь, не надо, как бы, иначе придется принимать меры, тут уже некоторые отличились на одном из днях часов, как бы, пришлось банить.
A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safri. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
Думаешь, он там
Who
был?
knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. Or maybe Kohoi is just merc talk for atrocity, slaughter.
Так, хорошо, что
I
теперь?
think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's a Friday night. The contrast feels chilly, inappropriate even.
Так, отлично. Давай, блядь, что ты так медленно идешь? Сорян. Ну, короче, да, пожалуйста, давай как-то аккуратнее в следующий раз. Это было, что называется, первое и последнее предупреждение. Пожалуйста, аккуратней. Банить уж я не буду, конечно, но, короче, да, придется принимать меры. Бля, реально, я теперь буду ходить типа, с этой музыкой. Вот этой, блядь. Что всех она заебала.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Мы прослушали запись, а они погибшие утверждают, что собираются кого-то
She
изнасиловать.
puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
Но, кстати, он назвал конкретную жертву, вас.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Запись подлинная.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Ну так он и сказал.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Его нельзя назвать неприятным.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Да, он использовал слово «блядь».
He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As to Kohoi, He wasn't actually there.
Он там никогда не был.
He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Иногда такое говорить.
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his,
Личностью.
running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that.
Немного больше фанка, намного.
He was like the Seminese conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into
В
one
одном
person,
человеке.
then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like a deeply troubled man.
Смотрите, он говорит, что у него есть моральник, а по мне это... Он говорит о том, что он был сломлен.
Well, maybe I pieced him back together with my magical personality.
Вам нравится такое?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Наш господин
Did he
Кохой.
tell you he had actually done any of those things? In Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
There is a small measure of pride in her that she could quell the rage in such a being.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
Интересно, что скажет на это
She
Тит
takes
Харди.
a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Возможно, чтобы прийти в себя, может сказать теперь на мажерстве.
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
Так, надо не забыть, то, что нам в 21 нужно будет вот на это здание еще сходить. Так, это все было. Так. Так, это мы спросим. Так, с пирогом потом. Так, тогда получается сейчас, ну вот с этой, короче, за записью буду всем заниматься. И уже, соответственно, как называется, к этому челу мы сходим в конце.
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Безуспешно.
Lelystad. That's a good start.
Неплохо для начала.
It just occurred to me, colleague. We still haven't performed the field autopsy on the deceased. The questions I have assume some kind of foreknowledge on our part. I suggest we go and perform it now, and return once we've brought ourselves up to date.
Нет, ты должен задать себе вопрос прямо сейчас.
Excuse my colleague, he has recently suffered brain damage. We will now go and do our duty, cleaning up the deceased. You won't have to look at that site much longer, I promise. We will return soon.
There is no talking him out of this. And no, the incident has not had a good effect on his opinion of you either.
Бля, я не буду. Не, вскрытие я проводить не буду. Все мои шутки все время сводятся к коту. Да, блядь, братан, ну типа, я просил просто не... Да типа, ну, блядь, не надо делать отсылки, типа, зачем? Типа, чем меньше делаешь отсылки на осуждаемые вещи, тем лучше, блядь, почему ты не можешь этого не делать? Я как-то чисто, что, типа, давай ты просто не будешь мне писать вообще, типа, в этом чате больше никогда. Не нужно этого делать, это кринж. Это типа, не смешно. Так.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
Я поговорю с Колосеем про запись. И ничего, она подтвердила свои показания.
That fucking fucker.
Худшие копы во всем Ревашоле.
I gave you gold on that tape.
И она просто посмеялась над записью.
Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine. People are supposed to be like that.
Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man.
Он хотел перевести ее насчет повестки. Мне еще показалось, что запись вызвала у него ностальгию. И что пошел вся тема с Чуком и скорее возбудила.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No good goddamn.
Хорошо, спасибо огромное, это было бы замечательно.
All right. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. Fucking.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors.
Visitors, блять.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this?
Что сами скажете?
Women are crazy. Irrational. That's what you're thinking, right? Also, your fists are itching for a bump.
Что ж, бабы все
You
психанутые.
can say that again, copper. Right here.
Here we go. Bump it hard.
Стукнуть сильно.
Your fist connects with his. Hard. The slam is audible. You can almost hear his bones ring. Your knuckles tingle, life-affirmingly. A flash of pain, like slamming your fist against iron. He is stronger than he looks. And he looks like Ramut Kazai.
And now you, Beanaplard.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses, then extends his curled fist and taps Titus's bruised knuckles. A bond has been formed.
Есть контакт.
Not bad.
Мне кажется, это лично, по-моему, ты к ней был неравнодушен.
Yeah, they're all queers. Can't bump, hard fist, or anything.
That's all right, Glenn. I just thought, gee, I thought anyone would come around if they heard that shit.
Думал, кто угодно, что такое срание думается. Когда полицейские Дэна поймали, сказали, что посадили, так пельмени подавал моя семья. Осуждаю.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
Есть какой-то.
You wanted her to see the man for what he was. Now that you know, you might want to lay off this topic, or else you might antagonize him.
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his shit. It's cool now.
Может, и так, кем ты ее считал?
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head.
Она любит жестко отрываться и включает мере даже сильнее, чем я.
Yeah, you're right about that. She takes way too many drugs.
Well, it's as they say. You can't do anything with an underdose.
With an overdose, you can at least try to come off it. Take a bath, do breathing exercises, get medical attention as necessary. With an underdose, you're just you.
Yeah, but I mean, she has an actual drug problem. Not like you. Not like us. I don't think I've ever seen her sober.
У нее реальные проблемы, не как у тебя. Бля, это сильное заявление, блять, учитывая нашего персонажа. А, ну хотя ладно, наш персонаж как раз таки, блять, этот, базованный. Сколько мне там, кстати, осталось поинтов? Может, нам все еще стадия отрицания, даже защитный механизм.
Yeah, maybe.
He does not sound very convinced anymore.
Уже не слишком уверен. Тит, скажи правду, что произошло.
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal, remember. I know you're tired. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you, them, and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her, Titus said, "Fuck on!"
This is the petulant rage of someone who's at the end of their wits.
Ебать, да.
Lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand?
Ваше расследование окончено.
Investigation is over.
Как правильно же, да, двое друзей пошли в поход. Весь поезд один друг, что так что мне твоя жена не нравится. Второй друг не нравится, нет. Бля, братан, эти какие-то шутки все странные. Давай не надо, блядь. Давай что-то, блядь, типа что-то, да. Давай что-то, да. Давайте не, блядь, а просто что-нибудь нормальное. Вот. А то я, блядь, половину аж зачитать не могу. Понимаешь, в чем проблема?
Yeah.
Все.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're
Вот это дело.
Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
Чего, блядь? 0! У меня 0 на счету! 0! Блядь! Блядь, у меня 0 на счету просто. Так, что есть на риторику, блядь? Риторика, риторика, блядь, риторика, риторика. Блядь, серьезно? Нихуя на риторику. Бля, реально, 0 нахуй на риторику. Окей, окей, хорошо. Я могу снять шапку. И это все. Я могу попробовать заролить, блядь.
It's you again. What is it?
А, забыл. Точно. Андрей, я и на стримчик пришел. Ну ладно. Просто общаться. Ну, хотя бы что-то, за что не прилетит писать. Давай хотя бы так, так что называется. Блять, почему оно не это? Блять, оно не работает. Блять. О, все. Теперь прокнуло. Как же оно хуёво работает-то, блядь. Ты ж всем привет. Да, привет, Андрей, привет. Так, а теперь...
It's you again. What is it?
Glasia is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. They're...
Так, типа 17%. Охуенно, мне еще и автосейв прокинул.
It's you again. What is it?
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
Бля, у меня есть огромное желание это нажать. Значит, это одного из его парней.
Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinez. Their district. Their responsibility. Outside, in the midday sun, ruins. The pavements are cracked and the benches peeling. Newspapers blow in the wind.
Что за дело закрыто? Поехали по домам, Ким.
He'll get it. Go on.
Спеши, Ким. Мертвец людей убивают просто за то, что они не понравились местным.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Ты иностранец.
Goddamn right. Don't come around if you're not from around.
Fuck you! I'm not from around. That's not why we...
There we go. Don't come to the wild north if you are not white.
Блять! Нормально, пацаны, вытаскивайте на один двор, поджигайте им свои все. Так. Лежит на веревке и возвращается к пьянству. Мы не били его. Слабое звено, ты его выявил.
Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you.
Он понял, что ты делаешь.
Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
Игнорируй Тео. А иначе что, убьете меня, как убили его? Так.
The lieutenant has put down his notebook. His hand is resting on his holster. He gives you an imperceptible nod. What? What does that mean?
Что это значит?
Go for it. The lieutenant has his eyes set on the fat guy. Push Angus. We're almost there.
А значит что? Убьете меня, как убили его? Просто так, без причины?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Он умер до того, как вы его повесили.
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
Короче, с котом, и мой младший брат решил подойти, я хоть заметил, испугался, тяна подрусь, у меня по роже захерачивали меня несколько раз порск на роже. База, база, база.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
Слушай, прям подыхаешь.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
И передай это Эврару.
I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
After a long walk along the coast, блять.
What just happened between these two?
Действительно.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
И мы
The
справились.
lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
Так вы его не убивали, он уже был
He
мертв.
nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
Какую?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
At least you'll know what to look for now, when you get around to doing the autopsy.
Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Did she kill him?
Она его убила.
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he
По крайней мере,
hopes
надеется.
she didn't.
Что произошло ночью в воскресенье?
Class J came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way.
Которая не прикольная.
It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
Откуда ты знаешь?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
Хорошая аналогия.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
That's okay with the fat man. still wheezing there. He couldn't speak if he wanted to.
А что было потом?
Upstairs. Sure as day, the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere. Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Типс поправил окно, труп мы повесили. А кто такой Типс? 8-й Харди?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
Если Класси его не убивала, зачем этот подлог?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
Чего я не заметил? Вляпался в дерьмо какого рода?
That can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old world. Where she came from.
Кто за ней гонится?
They're powerful. Connected to the Morlin.
Связанный с Морлентерном.
She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
Тут же исчезнут.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
Так тогда убил наемника. Есть какие-то улики?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
А сам-то что думаешь?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
Ее вы хотите
I
сказать?
mean the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe.
Может, целились в нее. Но мы-то уже знаем, что, блядь, все гораздо тупее.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
А его прошлом у тебя тоже есть соображения?
I do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
Кто вообще придумал его повесить? Она?
In a manner of speaking.
В смысле?
We had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
Кто эта другая девушка? Я ее знаю.
No, you're not gonna be on a first-name basis with this person.
Ладно, где она?
You're not getting to her. This person is affiliated with the Hardy Boys. It's Klausya you want to talk to.
Она в группе Харди, то есть она типа девица
I
Харди.
wouldn't go that far. She's just a woman who's sometimes in our company, who sympathizes with Klausya. Let's leave it at that.
You know, actually, some of the guys have been talking, and,
No. My answer is no, Glenn. We're Hardy Boys. And that's how it's gonna stay.
Я что вы за меня поругались.
Me too.
Спасибо за этот разговор. Тит, я беседую с ней в последний раз.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go...
Пока не ушел.
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large windows in their frames. It carries newspapers, circles the whirling in rags in a warm column.
She, Klausya, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But...
Но...
Still, after all this headache...
Я же тебе при этой мороке... Но ты бы все равно предпочел, что мы ее не арестовывали.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins.
В прошлый раз мы ее уже арестовывали, поэтому в этот раз мы не будем.
We'll take that into account.
Так. 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 Вообще, я думаю, я с той поговорю тогда после того, как поговорю с Мореллом. Это будет проще всего.
This window is
Looks like it.
You know which window has not been recently replaced?
Что это, чувство вины?
Whatever it is, it's messing with your concentration.
Мешает
Stop
сосредоточиться.
distracting him! He has work to do! Plus, if I recall, the window has been giving him shit ever since he got here!
Smooth at following your lead.
Кажется, блядь, нихуя не происходит. Кажется, мы тупые. Ну да, с визуальным анализом 0 очень тяжело что-то сделать.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
Парни рассказали нам, что пришло на самом деле.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
Вы чего?
I'm sorry for wasting your time. I should have known that you'd find out.
Why did you?
Зачем же вы тратили наше время?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just
Просто
dispense
собрались их со
with them. They were
счетов.
only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
Is she implying the Hardy Boys are the law?
Закон это я это
I
закон.
know that. But the people around here, they
О,
don't see it that way.
ачивка!
And if I am to stay here, I need to get along with them.
Круто, объяснений недостаточно. Так, недостаточно веское оправдание.
There's more.
Не все?
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. Where the cold oceanic expanse lies.
Дальше за ними другой мир.
Another world.
РГМ не пешка в руках Малинтерна, вам не о чем
You share
беспокоиться.
a database with them. You send people to their courts.
А что происходит? Что вы такого сделали?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will
И
find
они
me.
меня найдут. Я после того, как поговорю с Классе, я, наверное, скажу за чаем.
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
А что же такого сделали, что вас теперь ищут?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol. Or even in Oranje.
Все.
What exactly did you do?
Что именно... А чем вы занимались?
Industrial espionage.
Промышленным
I joined a
шпионажем.
business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took
Ой,
their
бля,
ledgers,
кстати.
2 decades
У нас
worth
тут
of
будем называть сейчас
accounting.
вердушки, такие снесем. Бля, кстати, тут мысль подумал, нужно кое-что записать, блядь, а то я забуду нахуй это все.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lou's County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
Так, сейчас, погодите секунду. Сейчас, момент. Блять, что еще такое умное, блять, хотел спросить. А, точно. Все, заебись. Записал.
But she really
Меня действительно
destroyed them.
уничтожила.
She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But
Они
they're
тоже
after me
меня
too,
ищут.
along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Мне кажется, люди... А совершавшие гораздо более ужасные поступки.
Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad.
Некоторые игры,
People lost their
странная
jobs.
логика, бумеранг за
Good
открытый, но
people
все равно
too,
меньше
not just
банан.
C-suite. A lot of
Давно
people
не играл
got
в
hurt,
террарию и, честно,
but that's
не
just more of
хочу.
my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
Что же вы сделали?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
Такое нелегко пережить.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
Я коп, потому что я делаю правильно.
By bargaining, then. I do that too. It's not all that effective.
Эффективно. Не очень эффективно.
Around her, a drop in the atmospheric pressure. Not long from now, it will get dark. The rain will come, and the air will start moving faster, circling the box she stands on. She's already in prison here for what happened, and she's prepared to never leave, even after his death.
Что произошло здесь в точке, когда он погиб?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
А расскажите мне, что именно произошло?
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open, dumb. I could see. I could...
A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave. She continues in spite of it.
Теряешь территорию. Ну да, у меня на канале же есть про нее игра. И вы знаете, все каким... Чего? Я не знаю, можно ли это зачитывать, на всякий случай не буду, а то, блядь, может какая-то очередная шутка, блядь, запрещенная.
I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me.
А что было потом?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
Но так и не дождалась.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Ваша сигарета.
Oh.
Жаль, что вам пришлось это пройти.
So am I.
What time was this?
Каком
When
часу
did
это
it
было?
happen? It would help us if you could be as
Более
precise
точная
as possible.
информация.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
Было полуночи.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Ты говорил, что выглядит так, как будто изрядно качает наркотиками.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Just to clear my
Good
head.
thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head.
Проникнуться
Get
его
into his
мыслями.
mindset.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No,
Что вы делали после
Nothing.
этого?
I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection. As far as you can.
Почему вы не убежали отсюда? Ну и вообще, почему вы все еще здесь?
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
Только после того, как вы сбежали вниз.
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time.
Руби.
I sat down.
Впервые, кстати, из-за того, что мы нихуя не делали, мы услышали это
I didn't
имя.
even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Дальше мы продолжим разговор. Кто такая Руби?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
Думаю, что Харди главный среди Харди Бойз, блядь.
Nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of.
Она
She's the
организатор.
organizer.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the
Как и
others.
остальные.
Does she also party with Ruby, however?
А Суби тоже отжигали.
No.
Still, there is something there. She won't tell you now.
Ладно, давайте продолжим. А что было потом?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, but I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
Подделывали
To
доказательства.
produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
Да.
It's a shame we never got around to doing a thorough autopsy. And when was the tampering? 20 minutes after death?
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
Что было потом?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times.
Конечно, ты ничего не писал. У вас дела рассказывать, это же хорошо. Блять, сука! Ёб вашу мать, блять! Охуенно! Как ты... Блять! Я нахуй забаню, серьезно, блять! Я, блять, уже предупреждал, сука! Еще одна эта хуйня, я, блять, забаню. Это, блять, чел. Во-первых, я тебя нахуй в мут кидаю на этот, блять, на... Короче, 30 секунд в муте посиди, братан, блядь. Типа, бля, ну настолько очевидную хуйню уж точно, наверное, писать не стоит. Типа, ребята, нихуя не смешно. Так, Так. Блять. Блять. Драть, что за движ? Блять, охуенные, блять, зрители опять пишут, блять, хуйню. Мы, блять, очень осуждаем Лешкон Андрея, блять, за что он получил 30-секундный мут, блять. Че условно, да, блять, охуенный, блять, диалог просто сегодня, ебать, блять. Это, блять, пора, нахуй, призывать Диану, нахуй, на такой случай. Серьезно, блять, блять, еще надо, блять, типа, раз такую хуйню, блять, кто-нибудь напишет, и нахуй сразу, блять, забаню. Это пиздец, ребят, блять, это нихуя не смешно. Так.
It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do.
Чем занимались, пока они его вешали?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
Это Руби, где она сейчас?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Так, но, соответственно, после Харди я, ну, типа, после этого, короче, разговора с Классе, я все-таки, скорее всего, пойду к этой. Ну, типа, короче, на балкон, а не к Титу. Вот. Так, с пирогом, соответственно, мы разберемся завтра. Ой, блядь, завтра, короче, план на завтра, тогда получается, это мы сначала идем по заданию, и уже потом, после задания, мы идем сразу к этому, к криптозоологу. Вы слышали выстрел?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
Я ж так поздно, у меня сегодня ДР было. Да, с днем рождения, Чайник, с днем рождения, снюхай, спасибо.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
Это вы убили Лелли?
What? Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. Get myself cornered like this. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
Rage? Who knows the dark currents where lovers go? All kinds of crazy things happen when drugs are involved. Sweet, sweet drugs. It could have been a desire murder. Maybe an act of jealousy. Now, you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
Так. Из глаз Амброза в порядке. А наркотики были отливы, следующие ваши концерты. Уже они прили к такому исходу.
What does that mean?
Do drugs make you aggressive?
No. People don't take drugs to kill each other. They take them to feel okay with each other. I thought Ravishal would be more enlightened about this. Especially since you've taken them yourself.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Я не понимаю наркотики.
Of course. I'm sorry.
Так же людей в лобку.
She simply shakes her head. She has the training for it.
Есть необходимые навыки.
You've known it since she first greeted you.
У вас есть необходимые для этого навыки. Я вижу по вашей осанке, по напряженным плечам.
The work I did, they don't just send you in with no training. Corporate security is a thing. But I'm not a trained sambal fighter. I've never needed it outside the gym.
Samurai boxing, or Sambo. Graceful martial arts stuff, stealth, cleverness, and cool. She's fought outside that gym of hers. That much is clear. Moreover, she would like to do it now. Hit you. It's in her shoulders.
Вы хотите меня ударить?
Yes.
Почему?
Because I'm under stress.
Почему?
Because life is hell, officer.
We'll try to make it less stressful, miss. But these are questions we need to ask.
Да ладно вам, покажите мне хотя бы одного человека, который я не думал о таком.
What? Fucking themselves over for no reason? This is not what happened, officer.
Если два самбронца, все в
I
порядке.
did not kill him to defend myself from rape. I told you before. That wasn't what
Внизу,
happened.
потому что идея в голову безуглого не верит, что это вы его
I'm
убили.
sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me.
Как это насчет ДСТ? Я, короче, большинство боссов соло уничтожил. ДСТ, Don't Starve Together. Ну, я говорю, мне в ДСТ абсолютно неинтересны боссы, поэтому, как бы, можешь не пытаться меня этим удивить, как бы. Вот если бы сказал, блядь, не знаю, там, огромный огород засел, вот это было бы весело. А боссы, скукотища.
She's getting scared now of you, the downstairs people, all of it.
Ладно, я хотел задать вам еще несколько вопросов.
Like what?
Его могли убить люди, которые ищут вас?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
И что?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone. So they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
А может, имела?
I just don't know.
Теперь ни в
I
чем
don't
не
know
уверен.
anything.
We can't go after loose cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
Если вы скрываетесь, зачем было звонить в полицию?
Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth.
Я так не думаю, почему так поступили.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Видите, на базе 50 года для города, чтобы полностью понимать... это нужно в руины сказать. Что такое руины? Я не очень понимаю, что такое руины. Если ты про подземелья, то не, никаких подземелий, от них лагает ужасно.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days.
3 дня.
I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
Oh God. That was a lie too. Who made the call then?
О боже, тут вранье. Кто же тогда звонил?
Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer. And it makes you sweat.
А когда заменили это стекло?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
Полагаю, на этом у нас все. Пока все.
She nods silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands. He's thinking.
Все ли?
We done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody.
Да проснись же, твою мать.
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all.
Мне, кстати, повезло с проком, поэтому база. Там нужно сделать шлем, ты понимаешь, все тебе, скорее всего, понравится. Не, я уже заговорил, я принципиально не буду играть ни с какими этими, с пещерами. Я в этих пещерах был, там нихуя нет, это такая абсолютно пустая, бесконтентная хуйня, к тому же там, блядь, все заросло грибами, а я ненавижу, блядь, грибы, они выглядят стрёмно. К тому же, да, каждый раз, когда какой-то мудак заходит в подземелье, начинает лагать. Вот, когда я захожу в помещение, не лагает, то как кто-то другой туда заходит, как бы нет. А какой смысл делать пещеру, туда заходил только я, поэтому, короче, не. Если хотите пещеры, хостите игры сами. Ratahook, ты проходил Skyrim? Да, я играл в него, я помню, я проходил сюжетку, некоторые доп-квесты, я проходил половину сюжетки вампирской за вампиров, строил там поместье, всякое такое. Через дюха я просто в мутное незнание попал. Здоров, Андрей, благодарю за повторение. Ratahook, сори, забудь, что на Twitch сейчас стримить. Да даже, блядь, это нельзя говорить и на Ютубе. Это на Ютубе тоже, блядь, запрещенное слово. Людей за это банили. Это нельзя писать нигде. Говорите, не все банды. Да, бля, ребят, не нужно писать это и на Ютубе тоже.
She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions
Все
first.
вопросы.
See?
Вот видите? А знаете, мне кажется, что это не вы звонили в участок.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
What time did you make the call?
Помнишь, что вы звонили?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
Время сходится. Вас, на самом деле, зовут не Классия, а Манду.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Окей.
Tighten it. You've got her.
Фантазия иссякла, да?
Okay. Yes. It's not. It's not my
Отлично,
name.
вы можете сказать мне правду.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. like I did at LCSB, I have to lie all the time.
Реально?
I'm
Ну,
so
типа,
tired
да,
of it.
сори, прости, пожалуйста. Короче, да, бля, типа, я, блядь, осуждаю эту хуйню и серьезно, типа, блядь, как бы, окей, за тобой это было первый раз, как бы, похуй, по незнанке, блядь, пока мут накинул, типа, серьезно. Блядь, будете такое часто писать, я реально, блядь, буду банить. Он, типа, человек вот на позапрошлом стриме в бан отлетел, как бы, за, ну, немного за другое отлетел, но, как бы, как факт, да. Блядь, а ты никогда не был в руинах, там одно из двух снаряжений. Блядь, чел, какая-то ебаная, типа, броня. Нахуя нужна броня? Я, типа, заиграю за эту, блядь, за Венди. Какая броня в пизду? Да, я на себе, типа, там кроме этих камней на броню нихуя нет. Я этой брони, типа, этих камней насобирал, типа, и все, там реально больше нихуя нет. Это абсолютно бесполезные локации. Эй, ты будешь проверить, ты скажешь нам потом. Не, спасибо.
She's not lying now. She really is very tired. Her metabolism is failing her. The afterglow of whatever narcotics she's been taking is wearing off.
А, кстати, Ratahook, я понял, что у меня в регах появился в какой-то момент. И почему же? Я, кстати, жду, когда сделают дерево эволюции для Венди, чтобы посмотреть на восторг Ratahook. А что такое дерево эволюции? Так, кстати, с паспортом тоже, блядь, ссылка была. В том, что вы спрятали документы.
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Поддельные документы.
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
А где находится этот буй?
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now.
Я даже не верю, что смогу его найти.
It's useless.
Все бессмысленно.
The wind rises, so do the hairs on your back. Somewhere west, small bubbles rise from a plastic ball floating in the water. Rusty, the color of oversteeped tea.
Что происходит?
Long, spindly arms are spinning the boy around, turning it, inspecting it like a magic 8-ball, trying to find a way to snap it open.
Бля, только что Трепет, кстати, предсказал этого Афазмида.
Nothing is useless.
К западу от пирса в тростнике мы должны проверить этот буй.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here, past a broken sewage pipe, right near the water line.
А как вас зовут на самом деле?
It's Katarzyna Lazie.
Называйте вас Мишна Софья Саранская.
You can call me whatever you want.
Про мисс Аранию 37, наверное, тоже была
I
неправда.
am. They can never take my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can, for lying.
Последует за ложь коварную. Так, level up мы, соответственно, закидываем туда вершитель закона. Достаточно.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next. Ready for the damage. She knows you're grilling her.
И почему меня еще не
There may be
арестовали?
grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
This bastion of willpower here, his watchmen have been sleeping too. You can be absolutely certain now, but he's coming around. A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
А если я вам скажу, что вы арестованы, мисс Софьица
But I
Аранская?
haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
Failure to aid a police investigation. Fucking mind games. Enough. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
Я когда-нибудь, если полицейскому приводчик для нашего расследования, а вы заставили нас потратить его
The
впустую.
lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
Fragile, unshielded. Her voice is thin and tired.
I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
А что вам известно, кто застрелил его?
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she's gearing up for this betrayal is hard.
Если же пойти на это предательство.
Ruby.
Чую, что это была она.
She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs.
Я у тебя ролик про Deus Ex смотрел. О, нифига! Рекомендации работают, получается. Бля, я когда-нибудь обязательно доделаю вторую часть ролика по Deus Ex. На самом деле, материалы были отсняты еще прошлой зимой. Но на меня навалилось столько дел, что я не успеваю это доделать. Я обязательно сяду за Deus Ex и его доделаю. Когда-нибудь. Очень надеюсь, что в ближайшем будущем. А там дождь лучше персонажа. Наверное, дерево, которое эволюционирует, в отличие от меня. Я смотрю мод на DST, чтобы повеселиться. Leonid, как ты относишься к играм от Telltale? Неплохо, я в целом их люблю. Я играл в две. Я играл в этот, блядь, в Minecraft Story мод, блядь. И в Tales from the Borderlands, которая первая.
What she's saying is... sex.
And more.
Не только.
I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was.
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she is romantically interested in you?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
Ее поощряли.
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
Yes, but what was their relationship outside this unequal power dynamic?
Кими они были до конфликта?
We spent a lot of time together, listening to the radio and such. She had great milieus, and she was good company.
Жаль, что этому пришел
I'm
конец.
sorry it had to end.
What was that question about? She's feeding her friend to the wolves here. It also has startlingly little to do with arresting her, you suddenly realize.
Похоже, она зациклилась.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened.
Она уже знала,
when I
что
came
произошло.
downstairs. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
Когда Руби сказала, что всем будет плохо, если вы не порветесь с погибшим, она вам угрожала?
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply.
Бэтмен от Telltale не проходил. Не, я в целом не люблю супергеройские всякие штуки, поэтому не проходил и, вероятно, бы и не захотел.
What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
И как же ей удалось его убить?
You've been through there, right? I saw you come out. It leads downstairs.
Есть проход
You could have
вниз.
come to the roof through that, then made the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes, of course.
Да, конечно.
She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna. She used to come here to drink on the roof with me. before it got weird.
Ладно, с Руби разобрались.
Okay, and what? Arrest the liar now. Why? She told us some pretty interesting
Сказала
things
много
there.
интересного.
Don't arrest her. Push her a bit more, but then let her off. That Ruby theory was solid. And she's beautiful.
Что?
Her. Stop letting her distract you.
Бля. Ну, конечно, хорошо, но я все же думаю, придется вас арестовать на всякий случай.
Still, after all this, sir, please. It's a shitty world, and I know I'm shitty too. I know. But I don't deserve to be sent to the moral intern and ground into paste just because I disturbed the sanctity of accounting.
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
А чего же тогда
I
заслуживаете?
don't know. To spend my days with smoke, drink, and dance.
Какие еще у меня есть
We have
варианты?
those station calls, right? Where I have to show up at the station or I'll become a fugitive. You can write me one. You don't have to take me in right now. I promise I won't go out anymore at night. I'll be right here. I know you can do that. Just let me come in on my own. In 2 months, or maybe even 1 month. That's all I need.
You do have the form.
А здесь нужный бланк.
That's it. I'm calling it. Kim is beyond.
Ким тоже ваза с потрохами.
Definitely, sire.
Сейчас займет пара месяцев.
Everything could change. This city, the extradition rules, the people after me could be in jail. Or maybe
Может,
Revshol.
Ревашоль.
There is desperation there, in that silence. A cornered animal looking for a way.
Да, я какой-то винегрет сделал из модов и за секунду сдох. Помянем. Вот поэтому я и не люблю моды.
Revshol could be free. I could be tried in a free Revshol. An independent state that doesn't hand its
Базу
detainees over to the
глаголит.
moral intern.
A free Revachol. There is a low, distant rumble on the motor tracks. A great machine shaking the pillars down south. Electricity runs up your spine.
I find that hard to believe, miss.
Здесь неплохо, другой Ревашоль, свободный.
The world can change. It's changed before.
Her political overture has succeeded, we see.
Succeeded.
This was her last card. There is nothing more she can say. The final decision is yours. You alone stand on the throne.
Я принял
She
решение.
looks at you in silence, her face filled with fear, lips parted.
Я не буду привлекать вас к ответственности, пока не заставляйте меня жалеть об этом.
I won't, sir.
Давайте снова вернемся к разговору о
She
Руби.
nods.
Okay.
Давайте поговорим о чем-нибудь другом.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger.
Я поднимаюсь на радугу, вот сейчас все болит, а как хорошо нет никакой физры.
You are. This is not the end of this.
Я сказал, вы сказали неправду.
Yes, we. She slowly
Бля,
lights another
трепет,
cigarette
12.
and
Так,
steadies her
погодите.
breath.
Так, блять, нужно срочно разогнаться, блять. Я должен пройти эту проверку.
Officer. What brings you up here
Посмотреть
in the
на
rain?
серое небо.
A warm column of air rises around you, up to the falling rain, encircling the building you stand on. You feel its twisting shape, bits of paper and birds on the thermal, along with several million liters of water, all rising back into the great Insulindian sky.
Почему поток идет вверх?
Because it's warm, from the gathering spring, from the oceanic current flowing into the bay. the people on the streets, and the machines that hum in the harbor. Heavy fuel oils, too. From the vapor, a great cumulus is formed, a cloud castle 1,000 meters high. A flock of seagulls screams, hitchhiking on the thermal. They too are part of the procession, the honor watch.
Чьей?
For her, the guest, waiting.
Она здесь в безопасности?
As safe as you keep her.
Чего она ждет?
For Gloria, soon these clouds will all fall down as even greater rain. Spring will come. 2 more months, maybe less. It's time.
Чего вы ждете?
You mean here in Martinez?
Кивнуть.
I'm waiting for the miracle to happen. It'll take one to get me out of the mess I'm in.
Не зря качали трепет.
And what would that miracle be?
The return, of course.
Возвращение.
Now, I know I'm not from around here. I would only be hitchhiking. The return is a big hit in the industrial espionage circles. A lot of desperate, seedy types there. All screwed in this unipolar world.
Что такое возвращение?
Don't you know, sir? I thought you were from around here. You look like Mr. Revachol.
Знаете, я забыл о многих вещах, о том, как быть полицейским,
The
например.
return is part urban myth, part political science. It's a fool's hope, sir. And it's also all I've got. They say there will be an event.
Каком-то событии, которое произойдет где-то здесь. Бля, это... Ну, это по ощущениям как раз намек на вторую часть, которая, видимо, никогда не будет.
In Revachol. Revachol West. They say it will happen soon, and that it will change everything.
Le retour.
Le retour. Какое-то политическое событие, откуда вы знаете?
As I said, there's talk. In the competitive intelligence crowd, a lot of people, like me, we need a new color on the map. It's all blue, you see, and that blue doesn't like us.
Вас привел сюда какой-то слух?
No. I came all this way on a false passport and some money. To hide, mostly. In the most volatile part of the Real Belt, where it's easiest to disappear.
Так, с Буем мы, кстати, возможно, разберемся уже сегодня. Так, с Титом... Окей, короче, соответственно, сейчас мы договоримся с Классье, поговорим с курильщиком, соответственно, поговорим с Титом, потом исследуем Буй, и дальше ложимся спать, потому что в целом мне больше уже ничего не остается. Вот, только нужно будет не забыть поговорить потом с Кимом вечером.
Where the walls are still porous and you can slip through. This is just something to get me through the night, you know? A little espérance.
Still, the story influenced their choice of where to run. It must have some hidden layers.
Как скоро это случится?
Soon. But it's been soon for almost half a century now, so don't hold your breath. No need to worry, Lieutenant. I'm sure the streets will not erupt in seditious violence just yet.
These streets? I'm not so sure, miss.
О возвращении чего идет речь?
Of the king, of the nation, of communism, return on investment. I don't know exactly. It's meant to be vague, as promises generally are. But at the same time, I mean, things can't go on like this forever. Something will give. It always does.
Почему вы сказали, что хотели бы сдаться в свободном Ревашоле?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Поэтому. Думаю, поэтому. Спасибо. Последний вопрос. Вы правда верите, что это произойдет?
I do.
Я тоже.
I agree, detective. Something is coming. Trouble. It will be a hot spring. I don't know what exactly, but...
Something is happening in this city. I can feel it when I'm out here at night.
Her thought trails off. The wind picks up again. Above her, a great cumulus cloud rises, ready to fall down as precipitation. April will come, then May. A month, maybe 2 from now. You shudder. The feeling dissipates. The thought ends.
Блять, вот ради этой хуйни мы и качали трепет, блять. Фу, это пизда.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Like for
Actually, officer, I didn't know his
a nickname?
I guess.
Lelista. It just occurred. The questions I have assume some kind of fun. Alright, but quickly.
The young woman nodded.
Фух. Мне нужно проскипать еще 4 минуты. Во. Проскипать 4 минуты, и в целом я смогу отправиться к этому, к курильщику. Вот. Потом, соответственно, к Титу. Рассказать, где Руби. Вот. И потом, соответственно... А, кстати, можно зайти к речице игральных костей. Вот, но сейчас я быстренько вернусь, я хочу себе это бутерброды сделать и чайник. Кстати, о чае и о чате. Блять. Ладно. Чат, блять, нельзя было вернуть. Я сказал, мод The Lamp, овечка. Мод на обезьянью походку. Это выглядит упорото. Так, к сожалению, чат не получилось вернуть, блядь. Чат не улетел. Ладно, я сейчас быстренько вернусь. Момент. Так, я вернулся, только у меня почему-то закрылся чат. Бля, охуенно. У меня все сломалось. Ребят, я мог проебать ваши сообщения, к сожалению. Так. А, все, я могу это, скорее всего, открыть. Отлично. Блять! Finally. Так, окей, ничего нового не написали. Хорошо, тогда продолжаем. Ну, я же, которая была не... Подожди, а вы про что? А, окей, я вспомнил про что.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye? I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now. I'm listening. Good. I hope it...
Бля. Окей. А тогда я лучше загружусь, на самом деле. И поговорю с Титом.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is.
Так.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Так, окей. Кстати. А, окей, нет. Ладно. О, кстати. Может, с этим больше, ну, что-нибудь толковое?
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just God.
None of this is okay. I was clear.
Okay.
То есть нечто прикольное в модах.
It's a mere second.
Ну, бля. Я пытаюсь нечто прикольное в модах. Я искренне считаю то, что... Ну, бля, это же моды. Что может быть прикольного в модах?
It's you again. What is it?
Я поговорю с классией, теперь мне нужна Руби.
Why?
Оу. На самом деле, ваш лидер она.
You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this unit. Get with it, or fuck off.
How many times must I tell you?
Yeah, fuck off!
Отвечу прямо, следующий снова вцепил. Он называет гражданская война. Единственный способ ее не допустить, это убийство. Для этого нужно поговорить с Руби.
Sounds like you wanna push this steaming pile of shit on
У него лагает диалог.
And now you pet Ruby. Well,
У меня такой не прокатит.
Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under
Мы его под морнинтерновский каток не бросим.
Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Шоу «Тайный ход», классический мотив, шоу «Стрельную винтовку», видеоподъемник снаружи, шоу «Ключ в зале профсоюза». 0, блять, у меня 0 на счету! 0, блять! Так, есть что на логику. Очки. Интеризолярная классическая рубашка. Так, логика. О, пиджак, блин. А, бля, шапка! Ебучая шапка на логику. Так. Эта хуйня слишком сильно режет важные статы, поэтому ради одной логики я, наверное, это не буду юзать. Спать, пожалуйста, хорошей игры тебе. Да, спокойной ночи, Ори, спокойной ночи. Спокойной ночи. Блять! А, похуй. Получилось! Невозможно успех.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought. A massive activity spike in the amygdala copicum, the part cops use to pin murders on people.
А почему вы так уверены, что Руби сама его не прикончила?
Because she was here all night with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
Я в туалет не ходила. Все эти 45 минут она была с вами, не отлучаясь.
All right, she took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. She's a busy girl.
Of course, Ruby is the lady driver in this great big jam mystery. Probably. You'll have to keep investigating. They'll never open up about it.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Есть тайный ход, ведущий с кухни прямиком на крышу.
How?
And a little, just a little worried.
Через помещение, которое, кажется, когда-то было мастерской по ремонту питбольных автоматов.
People say there was a pinball arcade.
Я кому-то в школу, я дома сижу, болею. Как хорошо мне, блядь, не в школу.
What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up?
Катя, у меня не слишком громко звук, блядь. А, нет, нормально.
Or an elevator for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
Классные мысли.
Thank you.
Оттуда дверь прямо на крышу, там можно выйти.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
Меньше, чем за 7 минут.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about
Not an industrial lift.
Just now, you got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
Бля. Я надеюсь, что я успею к этому челу, блядь, зайти сегодня. Так, ну что, кажется, с крыши стреляли.
You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not maybe.
Может, с побережья.
But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was.
Думаю, что это снайпер, стреляет с близкой дистанции. А зачем подъемник в заднем дворе? Надеюсь, что не танцев.
I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator she used to get up there?
Именно.
That's one mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it?
He knows it's something. He's just not ready to say you knew more about.
Знал про Руби больше него.
Yet.
Войской стоят пинбол-автомат, до сих пор рабочие.
Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
А когда они вдруг с убийцем, питбольным убийцей?
God damn it, Cobb. Are you kidding me? You know it was no goddamn pinball murderer.
Don't say funny things.
Не
He looks
шуткуй.
calm, but these are serious accusations against one of their own.
Just a thought experiment. Let's go on.
Если так еще нашел следы наверху в старой мастерской.
Recent.
Свежая, неделя 2.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that, Cobb. Good news is, I'm still listening.
Не веришь? А помнишь ключ, который нашел вон там?
I don't like guessing, Cobb.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs.
Здесь вот наверху, на крышу. Он вас был под носом все это время. А вы его не нашли, а Руби нашла, так и поднялась наверх.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
Recently put there.
The ribbon was old, faded. It had been there for 20 years at least.
А тёмка была старая, выцветшая, он лежал там лет 20. Может, это силокопия.
And then put it back. Why? It's damn interesting you found it there, but it doesn't.
Но с Руби не вяжется, и ты это знаешь.
And you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it. Also, it has to be said, this man would make a good RCM sergeant, or maybe even lieutenant. Just don't let him anywhere near women.
Мы установили твердо, что у Руби мог быть доступ на крышу, откуда застрелили жертву.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established.
Вот что мы установили.
But a route does not put that bullet in his head.
Руби не ходит со стволом.
Does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon.
Блять, как же это долго! Я думал, я сейчас побегу туда
At
уже.
least a shadow of a hand in the shape of a gun.
Мужики, мы в Ревашоле. Такие так появляется старинная винтовка. Такие валяются по всему Мартинезу.
That looks antique. A Bell McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
Под книжным есть подвал, она была там спрятана с другими такими
20,
же.
maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that
Чайно
dump down for
запечатать
good.
свалку.
Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was
Почему он
that
еще
still there?
там?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
Мужики, мы вошли, откуда он может найти
Look,
пушку?
fucko, Ruby and I are pretty tight. She would have showed me the gun if she had one. She knows I love guns.
Yeah, everyone knows Glenn loves guns.
I don't know, Glenny. Ruby's a little secretive, isn't she? Wasn't
Всё же она
like
тебе
she told you
рассказывала.
every little thing.
This one does not like Ruby. May prove useful.
Хорошо, мужики, одна из вас, конечно, у нее есть ствол, как у вас всех. Когда Руби решает вопросы без пушки. Врёшь, таким не
She
занимаются.
organizes things. She doesn't whack people. That's not the kind of person she is.
На по части
She's a
разговор.
It's clear this one is protective of her.
Easy now, Glenn. What he's trying to say is, people who don't have guns don't shoot people. You need a gun for that. You can't prove she has one.
You don't need to prove anything. Doubt is enough for now. And Titus must have some.
Если говорить правильно, мы потеряли пистолет какой-то. Та женщина, может,
You
ей?
lost your gun?
Вот кретин.
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
Нет.
Of course not. And Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
Я не обещал доказать, что у нее было оружие, только нам надо его найти.
Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy.
Не вечер комедии. Ладно, придумай так, как ты относишься к адскому боссу. Я даже не знаю, что это такое, если честно. Никогда не слышал и не видел.
We're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Чем я так делал?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
Последний элемент.
The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
Просто не почему она его убила, а почему предложила покрыть убийство.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Потому что она просто покрывала себя, Тит.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks?
Ты серьезно?
Rosie wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Ну, ты представь, ты убил, его убил ты.
Fucker! It wasn't my plan.
Был не мой план.
Probably did, though.
Просто ты
It's
убил.
just a thought experiment. Think, Shanky. You killed him. You got up there, shot him, cut down.
Ты придешь пойти под суд с друзьями вместе за самосуд или один за убийство?
Fuck you, man. I would never fuck my guys over like that.
She didn't either. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in.
Она свалила, бросив нас в этом дерьме.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And
Она еще и
she
сбежала.
skipped town. This is good.
Костя рассказал мне про Руби кое-что интересненькое.
Yeah.
Походу, Руби в нее втюрилась.
A thing? You mean?
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
И все правильно сказал.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too. It's a lie.
Охуенно.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind
Все чуют, куда ветер дует.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you. Cause you're 40
Лет
and
40.
you still live with your mom, Dennis.
So this is why Shanky doesn't like her. Useful for you. It makes him advocate against Ruby.
Если сказала, что Руби к ней подкатывал, она ее отвергла.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
Она сказала нам, когда мы собирались ее арестовать. Так, блядь. Нас просили не, конечно, не говорить штуки, которые разлят Тита. Она только что это рассказала, она боится Руби, вот и выложила.
Ruby is queer as cabaret. Now that I start thinking about it, I don't know why I didn't.
Как я раньше и не заметил.
And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit.
Ну, кто тянет личные срань дела.
Use us to cover it up? I mean, that's just fucked up.
Нам же больше прикрывать, это пиздец.
But it's not.
А, кстати, это же не так. А когда Классе спустилась, Руби будто знала, что случилось.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Ага, вот в чем дело, конечно же. Или она знала, что так что она сама его убила.
So useful.
Не слишком-то полезно.
Fucking hell.
Betrayal is not painless.
Опять дорожка долго не проигрывалась. Может, она убила его перед... что перед тобой высушится, завоевать симпатию.
You had expressed, on occasion, your dislike of the mercenaries' presence in Martinez, right?
Верно же.
Whack someone in my district? That doesn't carry much favor with Titus Hardy. She has to know that.
It's the kind of chin-rubbing men, often leaders, do when they
Размышляет о наказании. Тин, ты же сам видишь, все сходится, нам нужно с ней поговорить.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
Это единственное мнение, что его интересует.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions.
Добавь его к списку их подозрений.
I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Wanna know why?
Почему?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps.
Бам! Плюс уровень.
It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
Так, нам нужно, к сожалению, качнуть внушение, чтобы, открыть белую проверку. А куда она пропала?
Friday afternoon.
А
when
когда?
you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when
Чего
we
она
had
испугалась?
a little conversation. I told you. You.
Меня лично?
Yes, you. The cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
And a hole in his heart. That first.
И дырой в сердце.
Why not? You look about ready to do something pretty crazy because some bird fucked you over.
Я не вижу, что она испугалась. Я явился видеть конец эксперимента по имени человечества.
Sure, the human experiment. That's real funny.
You know, when I first saw you limp in here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
Что тебе Руби сказал про
She
меня?
said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop.
Не остановлюсь?
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up, like...
А когда будешь заканчивать? Часа в 2, наверное.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Он что сейчас?
Open Angus up like a
консервную банку.
Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having to go.
Сегодня в настроении жить дальше, Ал. А ты?
How about you?
It's not an actual
Это не
question.
вопрос.
Silence. He nods.
Ким, это правда, я открывашка.
You are insistent.
Что-нибудь еще? Ну хоть что-нибудь.
There was something else. She wouldn't tell me though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This called Titus. This called Pete. But she was too
Мне было
scared.
слишком страшно.
Scared. You should be too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic taste in your mouth. Change the subject. Everard's file on you seemed thin on info. She must know from somewhere else. From Jamrock. Something more.
Это только пробей, если не будешь шесть на Эврара.
Of course, I should have known. Concentrate on tracking down Ruby.
She said, until you fuck open.
It's not an silence.
You are...
Yeah.
Skip Everard's file.
No. Her and Everard. They don't talk.
Тут в разных галактиках, пусяки уже.
They
У
have
тебя
no
есть мысли о том, куда
They
делась
live-
Руби.
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so...
Шла пешком.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't
Как и мы.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
Больше не кандидейт, блять.
She's not, Glenn.
Вы ее искали?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Не подскажешь, где на берегу начать поиски?
Sure, there's some shit houses there, a cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize, so that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
Пробил твой час.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Я задаю смотри, но все еще хочется коопа. А поиграем мы как-нибудь.
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
Информации немного, нам хватит.
It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM
Самый тот для сержанта РГМ. Шел бы ты в коп идти.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you...
Я был уверен, что ты тоже.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
Ебать! Так, нужно вернуть шмотки. Так. Пум. Сюда. И очки. Все, база. Так, главное теперь успеть туда еще. А так мы в целом все сделали на сегодня, по сути. О, мысль.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That
Ну и что?
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end.
А в каком смысле?
Anything struck you a bit off about this mishmash?
Пока что никто не понимал, что слышал выстрел.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
Так, все, хватит об этом
That's
думать.
right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now. You know that. Free as a bird on that roof. Lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me?
Сила воли вот здесь прямо играет роль полнейшего мудака на самом деле. Так, погнали. Главное успеть. Кстати, тоже советую некоторые моды, сказать, не показывают о много врагах идей. Я не буду скачивать моды, я не играю с модами принципиально и не буду играть никогда. Особенно с модами на всякие выживальческие игры. Это скучно. Информация о врагах делает игру скучной. Я так не играю, это скучно. Я так не играю и не буду играть. Я уже об этом неоднократно вам говорил, сообщал и всякое такое. Так, поспрашивать о Руби в деревне, найти буй. Так, кречься это потом. Ну получается все, я все выполнил на сегодня. Мне только нужно будет зайти за буем и сейчас поговорить с курильщиком. Ну, поговорить с ним, соответственно, зайти за буем. Зайти в дом. Возможно, поговорить с бабкой сразу. Вот. О! А вот и он, наконец-то. Давай, беги, блядь, уже.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
Вы нашли меня.
It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight. And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Больно, нашли ключ прямо по тем камням.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Такая у меня цель, да. И просто давайте вывести настолько шибательный уровень.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Сегодня же пятница, у меня пятничное настроение.
Yeah, it does feel like the end of the week. Such gentle weather.
Зачем мне встречаться со своим другом? Очень хорошо я поговорю...
Trust me, you do.
Очень хорошо я поговорю с ним, но сперва я хочу поговорить с тобой.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around.
Здесь буду засунь всем, кто будет до тебя задираться в жопу. Ну, к сожалению, так не получится. К сожалению, блядь, ее может только опрокинуть. Сейчас, погоди, кстати, это как раз стоит сделать.
Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
Пора
He's
бежать.
going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
Это грустно.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
А куда бежать?
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
Чудесная
A
ночь.
man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and as the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through his body.
Только что... Так, только если ты пообещаешь, что мы еще поговорим, это важно.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight.
Не сегодня.
Take care, alright?
Возить показания у воскресного друга. Видишь, что такое необычное, только никак не могу понять, что.
Different, of course.
Рубашка, почему рубашка все время расстегнута? Рубашка.
His shirt. No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Ладно, я буду с гостевыми модами.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
Remember, блядь. Это довольно интересный диалог. Он для убийства нихуя не значит. Вообще абсолютно просто ноль. Но в целом для, так сказать, лора мира эта штука значит очень дохуя. Шляпа. Плюс логика, минус решеница. Блять, я охуеваю, что насколько шляпа бесполезная. Блять, энциклопедия. Логика, логика, блять, куда мне все это? Какая же охуенная шляпа. Короче, не, к сожалению, шляпа говно. Блять, халат. Пустая пепельница. Плеера. Дата открытых лекций в местном университете.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this man is your superior.
Вышестоящее лицо.
Superior, but he's not.
Но не входит в цепочку команды. А что вообще делаешь в этой игре? Расследую убийство.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government.
Coalition government.
I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sur-la-Clé.
Работаю на Институт стабилите по заданию
I heard you
Sur-la-Clé.
talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here. Yeah, let's fuck with him. Who does he think he is? Assisting you?
До этого мы еще дойдем. Сразу после того, как вы расскажете историю этой действия черной самарийской
I got it
шляпы.
from the head of the Samaran delegation on my trip to Lomantang. It's made from a special charcoal-colored bamboo. It's an emblem of the formal normalization of our diplomatic relations. That's really all I can tell you about it.
Собственно, все, что я могу
That didn't
рассказать.
work at
Так
all.
все вышло.
What was that? You were supposed to fuck with him, not compliment the decor. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
Видели расправу своими
I'm
глазами.
sorry to say I did, officer.
Как, к сожалению, это так.
He didn't see the hanging. He saw the little show staged by the Hardys. Let him talk. He may know more than even he knows.
Не помните... Так, не потому ли, что вы это сделали, Так, начните сначала, если вам не сложно.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not
Должен был
have
это
seen it.
увидеть.
That lines up with previous testimony, doesn't it? Well done, detective.
Благодарю, думаю, картина нам ясна. А будет что-то еще
Only
необычное.
that there were about 8 or 10. I couldn't make out anything. It was so dark. And it was quiet. Quietest lynching I've ever heard of, let alone heard.
Блять, странно. Окей.
But I suspect you knew that already. I can't say I'm surprised. The fine reputation of the men and women serving in the RCM is well deserved.
Так. Суперзвезда, магниевая форма жизни, отряд дальновидцев. Бля. А труп это все на фарже, так лет забирать. Не, труп тут всего один, и я хочу получить достижение, которое связано с тем, чтобы его не трогать вообще. Поэтому да. Так, сейчас погодите, я хочу кое-что чекнуть. Сейчас, момент, мне нужно узнать, что дает ебаная Magnum Based Life Form. Так, подождите момент. Может быть, здесь что-то умное будет. Так, не, это хуйня. Так, отряд дальновидцев. Вроде хорошая штука, только не открывающаяся почему-то. Как она там называется? Отряд дальновидцев. О, блядь, где нахуй? А, блядь, вот он. Психика. Сложность всех пассивных проверок -1. Ну, кстати, это довольно хорошая штука, но... Сложность всех пассивных проверок -1. Не, сомневаюсь. Лучше не надо. Так, боите, а никаких гарантий, что она дает? Бля. Не, ладно, я пока, наверное, не буду. А я предлагаю, блядь, двигаться дальше. О, трепет. Что можешь сказать о своем друге?
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
Что такое Кедра?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
О чем это?
That it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
Что это за EPIS, о котором вы говорите?
EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see. It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern
воодушевлен этими успехами.
Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level.
Что это за новый уровень?
A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident.
И что там будет как здесь?
You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy.
Ревашоль войдет в EPIS.
It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure.
Разве вы не говорили, что кандидат никогда не становится полноправными членами?
No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation.
Тщательная оценка. Ой, когда я посмотрел Френбоуэр, это как раз называется «Обладеть сперва закрыл глаза и не сильно бил себя по ушам. И забрал все действия, Когда начинается кошмар, во сне делают действия, и кошмар сразу заканчивается. Френдбол. Френдбол, наверное. Я, правда, не помню там такого действия, ну ладно.
But we were talking about my friend here, not politics.
Как вы подружились?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
О чем вы говорите? Как а почему тут дружба? Друзьями так не становится.
It's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too.
А вы так не сказали мне, кто он такой?
Sorry. Who?
Ваш друг, курильщик балкона. А мы как раз с ним говорили.
I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
А хорошо, но как его зовут на самом деле?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
Значит, вы можете мне сказать только то, что он здесь изучает
He's
искусство.
deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Каких искусств?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
Что вы делаете в этой квартире?
I'm just enjoying the view.
Любуйтесь видом, там на дереве труп болтается.
A dead body we still need to get down, by the way.
Listen.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
Чей-то ребенок плачет.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay.
Insulindian Bay. Что теперь?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
Я хотел поговорить о другом.
I'm all ears, officer.
И что такой чиновник, как вы, делает в Мартинезе?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled.
Не знаю, но просто так после этого кошмары просто исчезали, а на месте их были понятно, сейчас кошмары возвращаются. Не очень понял, о чем ты.
The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Хорошо, что вы делаете здесь, в этой квартире?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
Значит, вы какой-то бюрократ.
Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability.
Sur-la-Clé это, если я не ошибаюсь, что-то похожее на местный аналог либо Испании, либо Британии, или что-то такого. Это одно из самых развитых государств, собственно, Окцидента. Вот. Что за международное сообщество?
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
Что такое стабилитет цен?
It is the most important thing.
Это мне о чем не говорит.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment.
Я с моим телом, а так мне похуй, эти кошмары жрут меня. Звучит неприятно.
Which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Ниже 2% чего?
But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
Вообще не ответить на мои вопросы.
The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
Хорошо, давайте свою
A
брошюру.
sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability
Даже
is the
брошюру не
bedrock
дал.
of the moral term. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today.
А, не с собой.
That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency.
Я раньше слышал о Моралинтерне, но хочу узнать больше.
It's the International Organization for Moralists. Hence, Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
Ходит бы за сучки Моралинтерна.
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
Вы моралист?
But of course.
А я моралист?
Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values?
Ну, ответите, Над, моралист?
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only for a moment. He quickly recomposes himself.
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Ravachol.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
Это такой нормальный
The
стабильный мир.
Occident is part of the normal world.
Ранее, Сулякле.
Sur-la-Clé.
Мартинез не кажется мне ни нормальным, ни стабильным.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
А что значит это Ревашоля? Он считается нормальным миром?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which
Политика.
means it hasn't yet achieved
Выдуманная, между прочим.
But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Маризм — это идеология наземных захватчиков, и раз ревашольцем.
Of course, the detective's personal views do not represent the views of the RCM.
Your full autonomy is important, I agree. But it's an ongoing process.
Это длительный процесс.
Nothing happens overnight. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Расскажите мне о Сюр-ля-Кле.
What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of
Административный
EPIS.
центр.
Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings.
Ну,
whose
собственно, да,
progress
это
is
какой-то
also
аналог
cherished.
Британии, может быть, Германии даже немного. Кстати, нет, скорее всего, Британии, может быть, что-то такого типа скандинавского даже. А что это Ревашоль любимчиком Сюр-ля-Кле?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Центральной области Дель.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Бля! Это точно аллюзия на Англию, блядь. По этой кухне это точно.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget.
А ранее вот это как раз, скорее всего...
Next to Sur-la-Clé, Oranje is probably the most prominent member of the international community.
Скорее всего, ранее это либо какая-то аллюзия на Францию, либо на Германию, либо вообще на в целом что-то типа Франко-Иберию, что-то подобное. Какая из них больше соответствует идеалам ЭПИС?
As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur-la-Clé takes care of the business side of things. Sur-la-Clé hosts the headquarters of the major EPIS institutions.
Хорошо, но если не брать EPIS, а что такое Орanje?
Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community.
Можете заговорить по-нормальному?
About what?
Об Орanje, просто скажите мне, как там живется.
Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations to follow.
Хватит разговоров о бизнесе,
Whatever
сменим
you
тему.
wish, officer.
Если бы я сказал, что в Мартинезе есть беглый преступник из Моралинтерна.
Fugitive? Well, I would say that is very bad indeed. Not super. What sort of a fugitive are we talking about here?
А что-то серьезное, например, промышленный
That
шпионаж.
is extremely serious. Corporate espionage may technically be legal in Revachol, but elsewhere it's a very high-level offense. It violates a number of international agreements, in particular the First Lachert Accord.
Бля, братан, бля, блять, мы такое не обсуждаем на стриме. Я, к сожалению, не могу ничего сказать по поводу того, что написал. И мы не будем, к сожалению, это обсуждать, потому что, бля, мы не обсуждаем политику такого рода у меня на стримах. Как бы я очень рад поговорить о любой теоретической политике, о либертарианстве, о чем угодно там. Но мы, как бы, что называется, не заходим в степь real politics, потому что это слишком, блядь, запомойное поле, потому что, блядь, любое слово на эту тему, это, блядь, чан говна на себя вылезть. Я это не обсуждаю, к сожалению, как бы только если когда-нибудь, потом, постфактум, об этом можно будет поговорить. Сейчас в этом говорить, как мне это, по меньшей мере, небезопасно. Вот. Поэтому я, к сожалению, не смогу ничего сказать вот, по этому поводу. Вот.
This fugitive must be turned over to the ICP immediately. Have you apprehended them already?
Вы уже задержали?
Moment, if you don't mind, sir. You do realize what you're doing, don't you?
Ты же понимаешь, что вы делаете?
You're turning over a
Создаешь
dangerous
опасную
lawbreaker.
преступницу.
You're dooming a young woman in her hour of desperation.
Сука, если я буду серьезно писать, я тебе расскажу о ней, верно?
Very real trouble. I won't tell you how to do your job, but remember, this is an RCM matter. Make sure you weigh your next words.
Бля.
He won't tell you how to do your job, but a good police officer knows when to listen to his partner. When you turn back, the man is looking at you, expectantly.
А я все говорю гипотетически, на самом деле я не знаю, не так. Это ничего ни о каком промышленном
What do you
шпионаже.
mean as a hypothetical? I don't mean to imply anything, officer, but there's no chance you're harboring
Подожди.
a fugitive, is
Зайка,
there?
я играю. Бля, не знаю, просто в положительном плане. Нет никакого положительного плана в этом контексте, понимаешь? Что угодно, что ты скажешь, как бы, типа, как бы кому-нибудь не понравится, как бы. Я не собираюсь разводить срачи и так далее, поэтому, как бы, я просто это, как бы, не обсуждаю на стримах, и все.
You should have heeded your partner's warning. Now it's too late.
I'm afraid I must insist that you tell me what you know, or I'll be forced to make a very unfavorable report to my superiors at the Moral Intern.
Все ищешь беглеца. Сообщи мне, что ты
I
узнаешь.
understand that you are here to investigate a murder, but I must impress upon you the seriousness of this matter. Thousands of corporate secrets may be at stake here. I shudder.
It's certainly serious, sir. But there's also the question of jurisdiction. The Wayfarer Act places certain strictures on what matters the RCM may involve itself in.
You're right, of course. What use are protocols if you don't follow them? I only pray that the ICP apprehends this fugitive before more corporate secrets are lost. Now, was there anything else you wish to discuss?
Бля, съехали.
A moment.
Минуточку,
Do
офицер.
you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
А почему мы не сможем поговорить?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
Спасибо за предупреждение, но тут моя работа
Of
закончена.
course. I'm glad I could help.
Ровлс, конечно. Мы чуть не сдали эту, блядь, классье. Что удивительно, он, блядь, с нами разговаривал, как это, блядь, абсолютно увиливающими фразами, но когда только речь зашла о классе, он так сразу, блядь, оп, нахуй. Заинтересовался, что называется. Так. Интересно, я могу с этим повзаимодействовать еще?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Ну ладно. Так, получается, я перемещаюсь к хижине рыбаков. Сохраняюсь.
The old woman's. The buzz of electric lights blends together with the slow rumble of the ocean waves at night.
Не спите?
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older. My suggestion is, don't grow any older than you already are. That's old enough. What's troubling your mind?
Не видели вы где-нибудь на побережье рыжеволосую женщину по имени Руби?
I haven't seen anyone lately.
Ладно, вы знаете, о ком я говорю?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works. And it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
Вы что знаете, мы здесь, чтобы помочь.
Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon.
Enough of this. She better start talking right now.
Черт возьми, вы явно что-то знаете. Это ваше дело, не хер собачий.
I'm not going to do your work for you just because you got a potty mouth.
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
Logic and reason won't work on this old bat. Better go for shameless emotional manipulation. What's the grandmother's deepest vulnerability?
Слабое место.
Does this feel like a good thing, though?
Что будет с Мильен, с птенцами и крошкой Лили?
What do you mean? What's going to happen? Well, I raised my own kids in this village, and they are doing fine for themselves.
Они не превратились в агонизирующих алкоголиков?
No, they are good kids. I brought them up the right way.
А сейчас они здесь?
No, they moved to Faubourg for work.
Как вы думаете, что будет делать дети Лилиен, когда вырастут?
Well, I imagine they'll grow up and leave too.
You've got her. Now just reel her in.
И что потом?
Then...
You have her. Now twist the knife. Wait. Let her come to it herself.
Помолчать.
I don't believe the Fat Man's Youth Center is going to change anything. But what other choice do we have? It's not like the coalition government is coming to save us. I won't be around much longer anyway. Not with the dampness in my bones. If they want to take a chance, who am I to stop them?
Что подумать о детях?
Aye, we do. We do. But how do we do that?
Пишите бумаги ради детей.
Fine. See that you didn't just get us all screwed. I might be half blind, but I have a good memory for
Я тебя
treasure.
запоминаю прекрасно.
Let's go, Melee.
He's not dissatisfied with you, but with himself.
А по поводу документов, которые вы писали, враг планирует выдать вас отсюда шумом стройки.
Huh? I like to see him try. If anything, I am gonna muscle him out with construction noise.
She doesn't seem surprised by this sudden twist.
Get out of here, trying to ruin my day. And that youth center better be a good one, or you'll have trouble from me.
Что
I
устроите?
wield an army of drunks. Do
Целая
not
армия алкашей.
underestimate the effect of such a force if it's pointed to the right direction.
До свидания. Так, это мы все сделали. В почтовый ящик на площади. На площади есть почтовый ящик. А это вот эта хуйня, которую мы пинали всю игру, типа.
The dented yellow
Реально!
greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
Так знал, что чего-то этот почтовый ящик нам понадобится.
Yes, for sending mail.
Бросить белый конверт в почтовый
You drop
ящик.
the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. For good or ill, the deed is done.
Let's go back to Everard. This better be worth it after what we did.
Так, ну окей, с этим я разберусь, скорее всего, да, завтра уже. Вот. Чё у него эта мысль-то, блядь, над головой летает? Так, нам еще, соответственно, неплохо бы чекнуть эти кусты ебаные. Вот. И в целом на этом будем... О. Не мог же ты разрушить это карета в Ривашоле. Кстати, а я могу, типа, додуматься до вот этой вот хуйни?
You see, a slogan used to intertwine with...
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Бля, все еще не работает. Окей. О, буй, о котором говорил Аквасье.
A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash. But if you look closer...
That over there.
Да, это
Must
тот
be the
самый
gold
буй, о
class
котором
you
говорил
told us about.
Аквасье.
The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
Cold, air, tendons. Snapped the cords, keeping the buoy in place. A little longer, and it would be floating somewhere out in the open sea.
Что?
Moves across the water, leaving no traces. You're cold again, as always.
Да, но кто это?
Splendor.
Чё, сейчас я очень раз я почувствовал. Нам повезло, что он до сих пор здесь, еще немного и он бы уплыл.
Indeed. Let's see what's inside.
Забрать
The
буй.
buoy is not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom really have been torn or cut. You lift it out of the water easily, noticing how light it is.
Смотрите
The
пластиковый
number
шар.
11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
Потрясти будет.
There's something in there, splashing around.
Понюхать будет.
It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slop and decay. And just a dash of hard liquor. Yum. The water this side of the peninsula is cleaner. Actually, smells a little salty.
Открыть буй.
A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae. And nothing else.
Well, damn.
Документов нет. Как думаешь, кто их мог забрать?
I have no idea.
Ничего страшного, мы все равно знаем, что было в буе.
Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope.
Может, это связано с криптозоологией их маленькой экспедицией?
In my experience, cryptids are generally uninterested in travel documentation. We should go.
Оставить пустой буй. Бам! Вершитель закона.
Lawjaw. Okay, so we now know why you have Lawjaw. Why you say the law in a weird manner. And why your jaw does that thing. You had polio as a child. You hadn't gotten vaccinated. It must have been right after the revolution. Not a lot of vaccine going around then. So you got infantile paralysis due to polio, and this jaw thing is a complication from that. Admittedly, it's not very funny, but you overcame it. This little infant survived and became a sharp-shooting super cop. So, fuck you, polio.
Так, лимит улучшения повышается до 6. Успешная пассивная координация. Подождите, успешные пассивные проверки координации? То есть у меня все пассивные проверки координации будут успешными? Интересно, ведь проверим. Так, с этим мы тогда поговорим позже. Так.
It's getting late and it's snowing.
Какой ночи, Ким?
We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Ладно, я спать пойду. Всем спокойной ночи, удачи. Да, спокойной ночи. Спокойной ночи.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
Что-то у нас такое.
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea.
Покупаться в песке и опилках.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper.
Что же
A
это?
small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
Любопытно.
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops.
О, кстати.
Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
Нужно с Кивом не забыть поговорить. И в целом можно засыпать потихоньку. Так, наверх.
The lieutenant's door is closed.
Постучать.
No response. What are you doing? Still, no response. Where is he? Isn't it party o'clock? Anything to not face the hanged disco man yet.
Главное только будет возвращаться к диско-висельнику. Шагнуть в дверь со всей
You
силы.
hear the sound of a drawer closing, followed by the shuffling of feet.
What is it, Harry? What time is it?
Нельзя меня
Isn't
отжигать.
it always party time with you?
You're going to have to figure this one out on your
Вам придется
own.
разбираться самому.
Good night, Harry.
Ночная беседа. Я получил еще одно достижение. Сегодня мы тоже в ударе. Мы за прошлую катку получили 20 решений. И сейчас мы получили 20 решений. Вообще база. Короче, кайф. Так. Карта.
It's getting late.
Отправляемся в хижину. И сейчас мы отправляемся туда, что, блять, мы ждали так долго, нахуй. Мы, наконец-то, чекнем еще одно финальное задание.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Отправиться спать.
Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Соответственно, так, сейчас мы сразу бежим на задание новое. И, соответственно, после него мы идем к Мореллу. И, соответственно, получаем достижение с безглютеновым пирогом.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around.
Recorded in you. Forever. On ferrotape.
Крутится в вечности.
On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising. Rising. Above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep. Studded with stars.
Хуёво двигается.
Behold,
Вроде ничего не лагает, все нормально.
down there. The first time.
It's the world,
It's
Harry
the world,
boy,
блядь.
and you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
Всю дрянь уже не забыть. Цвета, голоса.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
Именно движущая сила мира.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the money, baby. For Revacon. Always and only Revacon.
Solving your little crossword puzzle. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector.
Нельзя сдаваться, нужно продолжать бороться ради Ревашоля.
Put smoke back in her mouth. There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Ощутить под щекой подушку.
Beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the wind.
Do it for the wind.
You were right, brother.
А что происходит?
In your sleep, all the weak-willed delinquents,
Охуенно.
foreign money lenders, insane anarchists, and yes, the women. They've run this place to ruin.
Вот сукины
The
дети.
game was rigged from before you even knew how the pieces move, soldier.
Не буду спорить, и правда схватилась в полную
It
срань.
has, brother. But we are going to turn back time. A solemn gurgle emanates from your stomach. I will send you back to the time when the sun had not yet vanished, when it was still setting into the sea. The time of the suzerain, the time when love was still possible.
Это ж какие возможности открывает.
To go
Хочу.
back with the knowledge and the experience you now have, and to do it all over. Do it richtig, this time. Protect the suzerainty, clean up the city, revive disco music, and get her back.
Get her back.
You could save Revachon. You could be the man, brother.
Ее?
No one. Don't ask about
Кого
her. You
вернуть?
fool.
Глупец.
Second chances are not about questions. They are about actions. Are you ready to start taking action, brother? Ultramarathon here meant Revachon. Our streets and all that. It's all there is. Just move on and answer the question.
Ладно, и как это сделать?
There must be others like you. Men who long for the days when words like loyalty and love meant something. Love is shit. Loyalty is meaningless. People whose yearning for the past is so great they barely live in the present. Those are the men you need to find. Those are the guys who know.
Как мне их как мне их найти?
Maybe you've already met someone like that.
Никто не тоскует по старым добрым временам сильнее Рене.
Now we're making bank. A man with guts and a memory. I felt it too. He could be a treasure trove of wisdom. Who else?
Гэри, наверное, оценил бы старый
Oh
Ревашоль.
yes, Gary is exactly the kind of guy we want. He knows something. Who else?
Толстым дальнобойщик есть какая-то тоска.
Bullseye. And that's the vibe we're looking for. Those are the people with answers.
Кажется, Головомер тоскует по дням величия своих семинских предков.
There is a man who values the past with passion. And you know how the saying goes. He who clings to the past shapes the future. Measurehead is exactly the kind of man who'd know how to step back into the past.
В этом может узнать седая дальнобойщица.
Know Not her. She's a woman. Anyone else?
Больше никого на ум не
Is a
приходит.
good number of traditionalists. It's plenty. Let's go see what they know.
Погнали.
History will remember us.
Обратить
And this
время
time we
вспять.
don't have to worry about her being kind. Praeteria Redia, Kingsman. Charge for Revocol. Charge for love.
Ебать, Ким сейчас попустится от этого, блядь. Обратите время вспять. Доброе утро. Ну чё, погнали? Чё он, блядь, стоит на месте? Бля, может ты побежишь уже? Так, нам к этому.
Always a pleasure to see. I mean, officers.
Гэри, знаешь, как обратить время вспять?
Do I know how to turn back time? Is that a trick question?
The lieutenant crosses his arms and turns to look at you. You'd better be going somewhere case-related with this.
Беседе про время мне не до подвохов, Гэри.
Phew. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, of course.
То есть, да,
there are
есть малоизвестные
theories out
теории.
The further out, the better.
А какого рода
Well,
теории?
there's a very interesting cryptid known as the Semper Ma, and a certain tribe of ancient kits who practice digital castigation. Though, frankly, I don't know how compelling you'll find that theory. And then you hear rumors that the Sealites possess technology that actually lets them move through time like it's a corridor. Back and forth, you see.
Расскажи мне про криптида.
Cryptids, actually.
Колония
It's a so-called
животных.
colonial animal, presenting as a large singular body when in actuality it's a congregation of tiny organisms working in unison.
What if you only appear as a large singular body, are actually a congregation of tiny organisms working in unison? Get out of here, dreamer. Don't you think we'd know about it?
По-твоему, мы о таком не знали?
If it were true, those organisms would not be working in unison. That's because some of them just don't have the best interests of the colony in mind. Hey, maybe if the rest of you took a chill pill every now and then, they'd be more motivated.
It's found in the subtropical jungles of Samara. Extremely difficult to spot as it appears to the untrained eye like common mud. It's thought to be impossible to catch. And
насколько он опасен?
I once heard a story about a whole village disappearing overnight without a trace. Can you imagine that? Just
Ярко
a large
представляю.
patch of whole area is completely abandoned now.
Полностью забросили.
Locals won't even go near it. They swear the mud writhes and occasionally grows
Бывают
strange
странные формы.
Jungles, villages, mud. He better not be wasting your time.
Ужас какой.
It gets even scarier. You see, the Semper Ma has also evolved a curious defensive mechanism. When threatened, it has the ability to revert back to an earlier stage in its own life cycle. It may even be able to do this continually, ad infinitum.
So, the scary sentient mud is also immortal?
Разумная горящая бессмертна.
Now, here's where it gets really interesting. It's believed that the mechanism by which the Semper Ma reverts actually reverses the flow of time itself.
Flow of
By
time.
about 4.5 seconds.
Ладно, Илья, какой наш следующий шаг?
Well, first we'd need to secure funding for an expedition, then assemble a team, gather supplies. There's probably a million other little things. But with the resources of the RCM behind you, it could be feasible.
Возможно.
He seems to have an unrealistic idea of the RCM's budget and manpower.
А не думаю, что РГМЗ
I
возьмется, Гэри.
concur, Detective. It's completely unfeasible.
His voice betrays relief. He really didn't want to have to argue with you over this.
It's true that every
Действительно.
expedition up to now has failed, and that several have vanished without a trace. But the potential is there, officer. It just can't be denied. And personally, it seems easier than accessing deep-secret SEAL-like technology and more civilized than digital castigation. But to each his own.
Ты на самом деле, думаешь, что лица умеют ходить сквозь время?
Well, how else did they get so far ahead of everyone in the tech race?
И правда, как? Насколько далеко ушли?
No part of me is part of this conversation. No. That's a special thing you two are enjoying with each other.
Everything's cool. Nothing wrong with a little speculative inquiry. But really, officer, how do you explain how the Sealites developed such a lead over the rest of us?
He's really trying to convey how cool and natural this all is for him.
И перебрали действительно... Очевидно, благодаря изоляционизму, соль для солийцев, очень вдохновляющий.
I don't know. Sounds a bit incestuous to me. But sure. None of my business. I'm not a Sealite. But no way that's the reason they're winning the race.
И в чем же их секрет?
Isn't it obvious? Someone's been feeding them a little trickle of tech down from someplace no one else can reach.
Из серости?
No. Why would they be? No, I'm talking about the future. The Sealites are helping themselves from the future. And every little incremental improvement they receive in the present has major ripples all along the timeline. That creates a loop.
Возникает петля.
The more advanced tech they send here, the more advanced they become in the future. Which means that by smuggling ever more advanced tech down to the past, I'm sure you can see where this is heading.
Это единственное правдоподобное объяснение.
I'm telling you, the truth can't be contained. People are starting to wake
Мне
up
очень
and
нравится
take notice.
подыгрывать ему, это гениальная ветка.
God, I hope he meant it sarcastically. If not, I don't really see how he can continue being a police detective.
Though I suppose this still doesn't help you manipulate time personally. Perhaps you should consider digital castigation.
Что за отсечение пальцев?
Well, essentially it's a grief ritual practiced by certain ancient Seminoese tribes. Traditionally, after the death of a village leader, the bereaved are supposed to cut off a segment of their own fingers. What makes it really disturbing is the fact that they bite off bits of their children's fingers too. Even babies. Imagine that.
Yes, imagine it.
Imagine it, блядь.
Agonizing pain.
Как это связано с обращением времени вспять?
I'm getting there. See, the practice is derived from Seminoese finger counting. Each segment of the finger represents 1 hour, so they count up to 12 with one hand, disregarding the thumb, of course. By removing one segment from their fingers, they remove the corresponding hour from their life. That's what they believe, anyway.
То есть хотите... то есть хочешь сказать, что если я отпилю себе руку, то попаду во вчера?
No, no. There's a discrepancy between how these Seminoese tribes count and how they tell time. As I explained, they count up to 12 on their fingers, but they divide the day into 15 parts. But that's a whole other discussion.
Все это не помогло бы мне, даже если бы я буду искать дальше.
Oh, well, this is embarrassing, but I'm really not sure what else to tell you.
Гэри, ничто из этого не
I
реалистично.
don't know what to tell you, officer. I got all my information straight from Truth Hunt. If you can't believe a radio program
Походу на правду, то кому вообще верить?
can you believe?
This guy has proved to be a dead end. A dissatisfied growl in your abdomen. But the hard endure, and the true Kingsman keeps searching. Viance, brother. The night is darkest before the dawn.
Спасибо за содействие. Что ж, отправляемся в таком случае. Отправляемся дальше. Так, сюда. Так, мне нужно еще поговорить с Рене. Чтобы он не сдох еще. Ой, бля, это эти челы. Нужно успеть с ними поговорить, кстати.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Нашел вам новую
What
буль.
is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now, no need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
Вот именно, я и правда старался.
Trying is worth as much as is accomplished. In this case, almost nothing. Fine. You try to right a wrong. It's still a gram better than actual nothing.
He mumbles something to himself. It seems to be a variety of curses.
Скажи, Рене, тебе ладно, что о чем не говорят?
I prefer the old name, Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they entered service. Wearing them on your cap was supposed to bring good luck.
Погоди, так это раэлийская военная традиция?
But the communards were fond of them too. Call them revolutionary flowers. Bells of the revolution.
И как, принесли они тебе удачу?
No. They brought me misery. False hope. And disappointment.
You stirred up some bad memories there.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sullied the ID for you, was it? She gave them to me too, and your jealous little heart just couldn't accept it.
Enough! I can go over these matters in detail with you, Gaston. But not while we have company. So...
господа.
Maybells don't blossom yet, do they?
Ладно, что ведь не расцвели, верно?
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. But I think you have to wait for at least a month.
Что можешь сказать мне про это ружье?
It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
Здесь в подвале.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Рене, мне нужно отправиться в прошлое. Поможешь мне?
The lieutenant flashes you a quick side glance. His posture tenses. What are you up to now?
Что я еще задумал?
He thinks you're playing a joke on him.
Now, I'm sure the officer means it figuratively. Like a forensic technique or something, right?
Я абсолютно серьезен. Ты поможешь мне вернуться в то время, когда любовь еще была возможна.
Song, son. You must have a loose screw up there or something. Sounds like you really mean it. All right.
Я подыграю твоему воображению.
Fantasy, if you tell me, what interest does an RCM officer have in time travel?
Oh, you're in for a treat, officer. Seeing the playful side of old René is about as rare as a red rainbow.
Человечество заблудилось, я хочу вернуть его на путь истины и стать
Even
маяком.
after the revolution, after the beachhead, there was a chance. Had we just stayed true to our values. It happened slowly, like a seedling growing into a tree. Tiny incremental steps, imperceptible till the ticket was so thick you couldn't clear it with a flamethrower.
You could definitely clear it with a flamethrower.
Я знаю, что могу повернуть историю в нужное русло. между второй шанс, в этот раз сделаю все как надо.
This time? What happened to the first time? Did you make a mistake? Did you fuck up? Everyone did.
Everyone did.
And there are no second chances. We don't deserve them. You can't just go back and restart. That would make everything meaningless.
Так, кстати, погодите, мне нужно записать мысль тоже. Что? Сейчас, секунду. Все, погнали.
There's something substantial moving in him, trying to get out. He would sooner die than let it surface.
Что же это?
Regret.
Сожаление о чем?
Him.
О нем. О нем?
There's tenderness in the carabineer's look. Tenderness that's curdled into pain or something darker.
Бывшая нежность.
Even worse, a love aborted and smothered, stamped beneath his brilliant boot heel. You catch the old carabineer's gaze, slowly leaving his opponent's wrinkled face as his dark eyes meet yours. Whatever turmoil raged in him a moment ago is quelled for now, willed back into the darkest unexplored depths of his mind, never meant to be shared, seen, or confronted. A true master of his emotions,
Истинный хозяин своих
hopelessly
эмоций.
alone. Behind the unbreakable walls he spent a lifetime erecting. No one will ever know him.
Our lives are unique, and I have neither the means nor the will to help you change that. But I will gladly assist you with police matters.
Вы очень помогли в
The
расследовании.
carabineer is too old and feeble to be useful. But you will carry on. Mouvere tempore, Kingsman. For the tenacious, no road is impassable. The old carabineer looks at you with weary.
С этим побазарили. Так, теперь, соответственно, с этим.
Hello, compatriot. You have something to discuss?
Я пытаюсь обратить время вспять. Ты поможешь мне?
This again? Really?
My friend, I don't know what you're after, but I have to tell you, there's no turning back time.
Время нельзя повернуть вспять.
I've seen the demographic report. I know what our experts say. Our greatest days as a people are behind us, and we're not going back.
Так Головер был прав. Книга про группы 4 закончена.
That's bullshit. We can't turn back time, but that doesn't mean we can just surrender to the savages. It's about preserving our heritage, our birthright.
Это же древней магии.
Trust me, brother. I've done the research. Fascist
I've
magic
done
just
the
ain't true.
research. Fascist magic. Блять, не существует. Что же мне
That's
делать?
the question, isn't it? People think you and me got it so easy, but the reality is it's fucking hard to be a regular guy these days.
The rumbling in your stomach says there's something not quite right with this one.
You know, I get funny looks from people all the time. I know they're looking at my gut. I can see that. Big fucking deal. A guy put on a little weight. Who cares?
Alert. We detect major body image disturbance.
Серьезный случай дерморфофобии.
He's really got himself worked up now. Dangerous stores of pent-up emotion there. He grinds a cigarette butt into the pavement and quickly lights another.
На самом деле волнует этого мужика.
Did you not hear what he said? There's a culture war raging out there, and this unlikely hero might be our last.
Надо крепиться.
That's right. Guns and swords are the only things that will protect you from you.
Меня удовлетворяет этот
You still
вывод.
with us, brother? You're standing there like a glue sniffer.
Я снова спрашиваю, брат, ты поможешь мне обратить время вспять?
Time, yeah? Listen, man. Do you even understand how hard we've got it? How completely stacked the whole rotten deck is against people like you and me?
He's not listening at all, just circling the drain.
BNBBSC, ты умеешь его обращать?
The lorryman looks at you like he can't decide whether he wants to smash something or break down in tears. The silence is heavy and uncomfortable.
No, I can't help you. And I'll tell you why. 'Cause there's no point, you hear me? Unless you believe in ancient fascist magic like some wannabe magus.
Actually, it's called extraphysics.
Extraphysica.
And you don't need to be a magus to access it. The lieutenant doesn't utter a word, but his face says, "I told you so." This fool is a colossal waste of time. There's no Kingsman inside him, just self-loathing and entitlement. Let's...
Так, ладно, я пойду. Давай, ускоряйся уже. Так, мне нужна эта старуха.
The woman is still hot.
Huh? What is it?
Мне кажется, я знаю, что с вами происходит.
And what is that?
Выдай войс грузит через серость.
He asked the Pines rep about the bail, and now he's talking to everyone about it. Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that.
За серостью, мы станем дело, все это все энтропонетика.
That is exactly what I didn't want you to think. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in pale transport.
No offense. But your partner? Seems like a bit of an idiot.
Republica, a filterless cigarette from Mesk.
Репаблика довольно вредна для здоровья.
Neither is pale transportation. Life is transitory.
Я тянулся после ночи обильных возлияний и смог вообще ничего вспомнить про этот мир.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Pergunte a Poeira. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything. Even things I never knew.
То, что никогда не знали.
The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation. On the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father. And I never shot her innocent Dolores Day.
Передозировка радиации?
Heroic doses, Hervé. Heroic.
А это не опасно?
Thought insertion, dithering, the Grad Catalan Magistral. It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this, what are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
На что она похожа, серость?
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark.
И?
You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined.
Что вы при этом чувствуете?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets and electric light. It is
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
Как вы пересекаете ее?
in the belly of an airship, behind the steel windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not
Смотреть в нее не
advised to look into.
рекомендуется. То есть не на этом грузовике.
No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
Последний, вы сказали, что вы все можем обратиться
Yes.
паром. Что то, что есть у меня, а не у вас. Похоже, у меня есть то, что есть у вас.
They
в
say there's
смысле.
a point, one that I have not crossed. In the Pell, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south?
Вау на Южном шоссе. Южном
It's a
шоссе.
story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Sheriff, not Pell drivers. Way beyond the established Pell that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent and dark, and the process begins, erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
А что в конце этого
No one
Южного
knows
шоссе?
what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance when I was a child. A child growing on the leg.
Мадам?
Hosianna.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away.
Где-то далеко.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, detective. Let's get some air.
The woman. Girl child.
Huh?
Опа, что это такое? Оу.
Right, two, one.
О, кстати,
Hell no. His neck muscles tense up. Fuck it. You hear? How about you?
Okay.
There could be weapons aimed. The man's breathing. It's hard to do that.
короче, с ним не поговорить. Бежим, бежим. Ну, привет.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Почему ты не с парнями Харди?
I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. Their company is spiritually degrading.
Но вы все же входите в
The
профсоюз.
Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of race heroism. Finance is an alien concept to the Simonees. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman.
Нужно найти способ обратить время вспять.
God damn it. It's becoming a thing now.
Ким даже отдаленно так не способен оставить, насколько это
I
важно.
cannot. Just make it quick, please.
You want to return to the past?
Хочешь вернуться в прошлое?
You don't have it in you. Be grateful for that.
Стоп, каков это не таков?
Your need to steer every conversation towards your own persona is a sign of low self-esteem.
Stop boring, Measurehead. He talks about big things and you only talk about yourself.
То есть, возможно, вернуться в прошлое.
Anything is possible. Just not for you.
Я интернализирую свою расовую теорию, это было сложно.
Yes, for you, I imagine it was. Don't think that I am now obliged to be part of your little growing spurt. It is not going anywhere. He just needs some convincing before you can talk to him mano a mano.
И способ поговорить с ним наедине.
It's obvious you need to steer the conversation to the topic that interests him the most. Something that he'd like to discuss with another man.
О,
in
да,
private.
блядь. Внушение
Other
зарешал.
than race science, what else do you think he's into? Light bondage?
Ха, сука.
Tattoos?
Боди-арт.
Yes, but even more importantly, women. This specimen has surrounded himself not only with one or two, but 3 stellar babes.
Сука!
What's more, all these girls seem to be koikos. What's up with that? You have to find out what's his deal with Grad.
Слушай, хочу обсудить с тобой кое-что личное.
Personal?
What is he talking about, John?
You mean the babes? Oh, I see.
Не утомляй его.
Perhaps we should talk in private. Come with me.
Come with me, блядь.
What about the lieutenant?
Ладно, дайте знать, когда буду готов.
I am not going anywhere, and neither is my mother's office.
All right, let's do this before anyone changes their mind.
Идем, я готов поговорить наедине.
This way, processed meat man.
We're gonna miss you, John.
You go ahead and have your talk. I need a few things from Frit anyways. We'll catch up later.
Знаю, что, блядь, само фрите, блядь.
He couldn't be happier to get out.
Больше нужно участвовать в этом разговоре.
Don't worry, babe. This won't take long.
База! Я так ждал, что, блядь, раскрытие этого персонажа. Я целое перепрохождение устрою только ради этого ебаного квеста. Потому что мне искренне было интересно углубиться, блядь, вообще в типа, персонажа Головомера. Он прикольный. Ебать, он... Бля, этот... Если на него реально посмотреть поближе, он реально гигантский, нахуй.
So, women, huh?
The room feels soporific in its silence. Dust particles twirling around in the air.
Кивнуть первым.
Women. And that's what you wanted to talk about?
Ты об этом хотел
What
поговорить.
is this really about?
Поговорить о ней, о столице, о Ревашоле. И правда уже обратить время вспять.
We already established that. Tell me, what drives you to search for such fantastique measures?
Говорить о ней, о столице, о Ревашоле.
That is a lie you administer yourself, like heart medicine. Go without it one day, and your heart will stop. Men only want to reverse time for one reason. They say it's about honor, justice, revenge, regret, redemption, and a plethora of false reasons. But further back, deeper in, it is always love that drives them. I'm going to do you a kindness, Poopa. I'm going to share a secret with you. Here is the secret. There is no love in the past, only the present.
Только в настоящем.
The past is made of static images, distorted memories, demented nostalgia. This, the present, with all its possibilities, innumerable hits and misses, is far superior. It
Живой
is a
организм.
living organism.
What about all the women that surround him? Is the love extended for them as well?
Чем так хорошо
Look
настоящее?
around you.
Look at the advancements in the sexual sciences. All the novel techniques, accessories, preservatives, massage oil.
Блять, я не ожидал, что этот квест выльется вот в это, блять.
Clinics. And the women who shave and are capable of understanding concepts like polyamory and coitus casualis. The Koiko and their promiscuity are at the forefront of all that.
Novel techniques? Your techniques were probably last novel during the Franco-Nigerian times. You need those techniques, Bratan, to survive.
Who cares about sexual partners and their promiscuity when you've got the fate and honor of Revachol?
Fate and honor of Revachol.
Sounds fun. It's high time you incorporated some of these things into your daily life.
Смотри, какие такие новые техники.
You're asking me to share the sacred techniques that I've gathered and internalized on my life journey with you, a stranger?
No. No. No, 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 no. No. You're not. You are not fishing for his sacred techniques.
Да, давай.
Do not think the serenity of my mother's office makes me forget we are biological competitors, albeit unevenly matched. You are more likely to get the coalition to sign over their warships than get these weapons of pleasure and control out of me. This knowledge never passes from a man to another man, not even from a father to his son. This path is to be taken in absolute solitude.
He's flexing as he says these last words. It seems
Распущенность, если про карусель хуёв. О, мне будильник.
You use vulgar humor to distract yourself from the pain that women have caused you. Impotent rage at their promiscuity will not heal you, and it repels women. You have to shed this infantile shell if you ever wish to find a worthy mate.
Everything's revolving around women and sex with this guy. What's that about?
Что с этими цыпочками?
You are trying to insinuate something. This impotent psychological manipulation does not work.
У меня не работают, говори прям.
Speak up, Poopa.
Now is the time to ask about the smell. Didn't he say that it is impossible to maintain an erection with the distinct smell of the koika?
Тебе не спрятать запах картофеля?
No. It turns me on.
Interesting. Is it some kind of aphrodisiac then?
Да очень нравится перейти других рас, в том числе гайку.
Your mind is unable to capture the nuances of this particular situation. It exceeds the limits of your emotional intelligence and your genetic imagination. Do not even try.
Ты меня капитально недооцениваешь.
No.
Боишься породить гойко-семнинскую химеру.
Poopa. I belong to the SRS, and voluntary offspring production, chimeric or regular, is not an issue for me.
Оу, С чего?
SRS seems to be missing from your records.
Невозможно!
Seminese race scientists.
Бля. Так, момент. Сейчас, секунду.
Is it some kind of performance enhancement supplement?
Уэс, что это?
The Seaman Retention Society. It does not surprise me that you know nothing about it. Masturbateurs Anonymous is probably an organization you're more familiar with. The SRS is a closed group of strong-willed individuals who have dedicated themselves to building up strategic semen reserves. It takes iron will and razor
Iron will.
far beyond your spiritual
Не очень понимаю, к чему, блядь, этот диалог идет.
An enormous expenditure of willpower to build up strategic semen reserves. You had me at willpower. Let's do it. Life is all about pleasure. Why deny it?
Я правильно понял? Охуенно.
This is an oversimplification.
Нихуя себе, блядь. Окей, Рофлс. Все круто, как вступить.
I just told you. It's not meant for an Al-Ghul enthralled mind like yours. Only after years and years of emotional, psychological and spiritual powerlifting can a man start looking into. We are life. Life is sexuality. Sexuality in competition with sexuality. The sexuality of other organisms. The point of any competition is to win.
Что выиграть?
In a biological sense, the man whose essence, whose genetic blueprint is passed on to the most hosts, down to the most generations, fulfills his biological purpose to the greatest extent.
What about the Semen Retention Society?
Погоди, а что насчет твоего клуба?
Semen Retention Society. I told you, this is a simplification. Climax is not required for victory. In fact, it is discouraged. A true man retains his essence.
Нихуя не понимаю,
It is far more masculine to pass on a blueprint of your mind and your spirit than your flesh. Women give birth to flesh, and men give birth to spirit.
Spirit is housed in flesh. No one cares about your fancy ideas if you're getting beaten up behind a bar.
И соревнования, соглашусь.
Your agreement means nothing to me. You're a man defeated by love. It is plain to see. It is in your face, in your voice, in your heart. Love takes courage. You did not.
Гениальный квест, ребята, блядь.
You had a little. Too little. That is why we are in my mother's office. You have come to me, seeking wisdom in the sexual arts. Do not waste this opportunity on sycophantic personality mirroring. It will serve you poorly in the great war of love.
Кажется, у тебя по некоторым написали о том, что такой мускулинность, интересно, откуда они взялись.
This is no time for vague generalities. There is something else on your mind. Ask the question you intended to ask, or face your cowardice.
No, this is a trap. He will say or do something horrible. If you time to get personal, he's finally ready to open up to you.
Пан Гувер, что сделало тебя тобой?
The only man worth being called a man, Father Jairzinho.
Father Jairzinho. Sounds like some kind of mystic or a magician.
Как же он тебя... А где ты? Жерзиньо, мистик?
No. A welder.
Welder. И как же он тебя сделал?
Father Jairzinho made me hard. where my mother made me soft. Together, they made me complete.
Complete.
The hair on your arm
О, квест-лисица, привет. Приветик, блядь. Я... О,
An outline of a small
нихуя.
box appears in your mind's eye. Above the sink, in a tumbler, is a pair of labeled toothbrushes.
Бля, я никак не ожидал, блядь, то, что этот квест свернет сюда. Я знал про этот квест только то, что этот квест — это единственный момент в игре, который, типа, может быть, немного раскрыть головомера. А мне, типа, было интересно, что стоит за этим персонажем. Но я никак не ожидал вот этого. А его немногие выбирают. Но это мое второе прохождение. Да, я видел по этому, как, по статистике в Steam. Мое первое прохождение было на ультралиберальную, типа, на ультралиберальный квест. Вот. Я решил сейчас этот. Вот. Ну, вероятнее всего, я буду проходить игру еще раз. Вот. Потому что мне нужно закрыть достижения с коммунизмом, с моралистами, с занудным копом и что-то еще. Вот. Маринтерский квест прикольный, но он имеет отдельную концовку, поэтому, скорее всего, в следующем году я буду проходить диск Elysium на коммунистическую ветку. Тем более, как мне сказали, сама ветка, она подразумевает какое-то, то или иное раскрытие, в принципе, того, чем так или иначе является этот, как ее, блядь. Ой, блядь. Я забыл, как у меня называется. Короче, место вот эти вот, типа, боги. Как они там называются? Нет, блядь. Может, что-то связанное с чистотой или чем-то таким. А мне очень интересно квест коммуниста увидеть. Вот я думаю, что, вероятно, на следующем прохождении я буду именно, его проходить. Вот. Innocence. Вот, да-да-да. А, невинность это в переводе. Вот, да. Со светоча невинности, да. Вот, вероятнее всего, я, собственно, этот квест буду чекать на следующем прохождении. Вот. Аж написано на щетках.
Martha, and the other one, which appears to be a chewing bone, has Yazinio carved into it. A shadow falls over the ceramic tumbler.
Поднять глаза.
An imposing figure, with almost mythical proportions, fills the entire room. He's hunched over the sink, and muscles like waves on the ocean roll under his skin, with even the smallest of movements. Roll or twitch. That guy must be juicing. No way he's natural.
Погоди, на фарме?
Big time. TRT, growth hormones, Gradian power injections. He's on all of them.
Did someone say performance enhancers?
Что он делает?
Shaving, or about to chop firewood, because, oh, he is shaving. Sliding an enormous axe blade down his bristly chin. With grunts accompanying the process, steam is emanating from his naked body. The image blurs. He wasn't even using soap. Incredible.
Credible.
Let me say that again. It is the balance between soft and hard that made me complete. Father Jerzino was very wise. He realized that if the tender touch of my mother wasn't opposed, I would turn into a complete pussy. So he did what a man must. He became a counterweight of iron. Through scarcity, ascesis, discipline, and respectful distance every father should have for his son.
Smells like physical violence. Just like with Kuno and his dad.
Жизнь выпили, а биологический отец?
Yes. I inherited my genetic makeup from Father Jerzino. I am an evolution of him. He is immortalized in my essence, even after his physical body expires.
A lot of seaman talk going around, but no one blowing any loads. This party's winding down, Bratan.
Почему ты его называешь отец Жерзини?
Because Father Jerzino is my father, and his name is Jerzino.
His father taught him respect.
Бил тебя, звучит так, будто да.
The stereotypical worries of a traumatized social worker. The reality does not correspond to your personal trauma. And if it did, I would welcome it. A good fight with Father Jairzinho would be a great honor.
Нет, ты не понял, у меня никаких таких травм.
This denial does not serve your spirit. You are like a dog with its tail between its legs. It is visible to all. It is visible to women. And the reason why you haven't found a worthy mate, or why the worthy mate was stolen.
У него очень кривая рука вот эта, вот та, она как будто, блядь, на шарнире.
Strange. There are no memories of that recorded anywhere.
Он это выдумывает.
He's making it up. It wasn't your father who beat you. It was the world.
This is a weakness I can empathize with. You have my pity. Take solace in it.
Спасибо, что поделился.
I am merely offering a small glimpse of functional family dynamics. Something you were clearly deprived of.
Я здесь считаю, что настоящий альфа чуть напишу из эфира.
No, he does not. But it doesn't matter. I shouldn't care, and I don't what he thinks. I am myself, not him. This is how he taught me.
Ну что, твоя мать здесь работает?
No.
Но раньше работала.
Yes.
Она ушла на покой?
She did, yes. With great honors. The greatest, some say. A true modern ritual. The entire organization attended when she was given the honorary engraved paperweight. It was a tender day.
Something moves in the depths of your mind, sending shocks of cold through the connective tissue. You're sitting on a kick sled, whizzing through the snow. A warm, kind presence is guiding the sled behind you. Her mittened hand resting on your back. You feel very, very loved. And
ебать, здесь трепет, конечно, накидал, ебать, блядь. Просто весь диалог накидал. Матерь, это круто. The greatest.
His tone is so solemn that, if your eyes were closed, you could swear he has taken a knee.
Мне правда очень нужно вернуться в прошлое.
Clearly, it is impossible for you to shed your neurotic obsession. This wailing for the past is a task unfit for men. It is better left for widows mourning their husbands, and for mentally ill communists mourning their commune. If you want advice on babes, or the mysteries of life, or even on Revachol, look forward. To escape your defeated state, you need to move forward. On to future victories.
Понимаешь, Сирен, он на меня рассчитывает.
It seems to me you are in need of a warning. Here it is. It is absolutely possible to return to the past. You just need to take a ticket to Seregli Island, the southernmost of the Seminole Archipelago, also known as...
Про это я слышал в какой-то из теорий про, блядь, диск Elysium, но уже не помню в какой.
Let it dither and rot your mind. Then you can marinate forever in your irreversible defeat. While race enemies laugh at your motionless, gap-mouthed corpse.
No, no. This does not
Крайне
sound
привлекательный.
inviting. Finally, a chance to connect with the divine. It gets very cold in the office, like in a desert after the nightfall.
Мне кажется, это какой-то подвох.
There is no catch. You will get what you want. The rule is a cruel master, but it is not pale. Pale takes your mind and rejects the flesh. It is capricious and terrifying, like a virgin. You will lose your courage before her face. Go have a look. The white-haired protein mass at the intersection. A lorry driver. Impossible to miss her if you're even a half-decent cop.
А ты не обучишься? Да, мы уже обсуждали серость ее воздействия.
You're still obsessed with turning back time? After you've seen what it does to a man, a piece of advice: stop fighting time and face the real antagonist. Face yourself, Poopa. It's a showdown every man must go through. We are done here. And remember, what happens in my mother's office stays in my mother's office. Quiet contemplation ends, biological rivalry resumes.
Гениально. Этот квест стоил того, блять. Он стоил абсолютно всех часов, блять, перепрохождения диска Элизиума.
Finally, I thought I have to come looking for you. What took you so long?
Значит, это очень серьезного уровня.
Really? What happened?
Probably shouldn't have asked you this.
Было просто невероятно мускулинно.
Right. Did he teach you a way to turn back time?
Was it a mistake leaving him alone with that guy?
Нет, но я услышал, что как бы ты ни был суров, кто всегда будет суровее.
Him?
Его отец, мне кажется, ему крепко доставалось. Нет, иначе все доставалось.
Everyone had it rough around here. It's a rough time in a rough place. I'm not trying to belittle it. Let's go now. It's getting...
Взгляни на себя в зеркало. Один. Ну, для рывка, что называется. Нам еще, что называется, отправляться. Бля, какие же у него эти сапоги смешные. Так, деревня рыбаков. Он еще не закончен. Подожди, что еще не закончен? Ты про что? Что не закончен? Я не очень понял. Ты про что? Ну ладно.
Yes.
А, квест, если ты про квест, то да. Ну, я понимаю. Сейчас идем этот, блядь.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it. This idiocy has gone on far too long. It's time to wipe that decadent homosexual grin off your face.
Так,
time to see yourself as you truly are.
Погодите секунду, мне нужно вот для этого, что называется... Uh, 13 физиологии, трепет 19, сумрак 16.
This idiocy has gone on far too long. It's time to wipe that decadent homosexual grin off your face. Time to
взглянуть себе в глаза.
As you truly are. It's time you knew the truth, brother.
Я готов. Так, у меня стойкость 13. Бля, еле-еле, кстати.
Love, time, Revacol. It's all shit.
Это все говно. Все?
All of it.
Даже любовь?
Especially love, brother. Face it. No one's willing to make the sacrifices that are necessary. Look deep inside yourself. You know it's true. Because it hurts.
Аж что происходит? Я думал, у меня успех.
Brother, you have succeeded.
Это и есть успех.
It takes a true Kingsman to summon the will to face reality in all its darkness. To stare straight into the abyss and do what must be done.
Я выдержу любую ношу.
Remember, Kingsmen are not born, they are made. And the only thing that can unmake us is that which drove us to rise above in the first place. We keep that thing locked in the deepest cellars of our mind. So deep, we forget what it is.
Зарядился по полной, да.
Does this thing unmake you? Or does it heal you? We keep it buried like a horrible secret. We feed it through the cracks in the floorboards out of a sickening sense of nostalgia. Just enough to keep it alive. And yet, it still comes to us in moments of weakness, unbidden, a source of shame and panic. A day will come when you need to take a shotgun to that cellar, shoot whatever is down there in the head, and walk away. Never.
И что тогда будет со мной?
You will be free to love Revacol like no one has ever loved her. You will be her champion, and she will be faithful to you. If you can just make this last sacrifice, you will finally know happiness. So ask yourself, when the time comes, can you shoot the past in the head, walk away, and never look back on its rotting remains?
Взять воображаемый дробовик любой ценой за ревашоль.
The bloated whores, schizophrenic anarchists, and deformed moneylenders tremble, trying to shield their eyes as he, le gendarme en diamant, walks by. Enough. The Franco-Nigerian Court of Honor has held your naked soul up against the sevenfold sun miracle and looked right through it. You're tired, afraid, sad, hungry, and in pain. But most of all, confused. Yet, still, like a tiny icebreaker, the tiniest boat in the fleet, you plow ever forward. Now, open your eyes and witness the small wonder. The HMS Modest Kingsman has left the docks. You are neither the greatest nor the strongest icebreaker on the seas, but you are what you are.
It was
time to banish that pitiful, sad look from your face and replace it with a perfect reflection of your unyielding resolve, your noble
Оно, блядь, в хуёвом качестве, он, блядь, сжатый.
Maybe it will make you temptation-proof, so something good will come out of this at least. This is the face worn by the first lawbringers, the noble tyrants. Today, you join their number.
Я когда-нибудь смогу сделать другое лицо?
Never. May this serve as a constant reminder of your sacred, unputdownable burden. That's one way of saying that the nerve damage is quite severe. The only way you'll be able to change your face now is with your fingers.
Иными словами, ущерб нервным окончаниям нанесен весьма серьезный. Теперь менять выражение лица ты сможешь только пальцами. Кажется, я понял, что имеется в виду в достижении. В таком разрешении, кстати. Ну, разрешение у меня монитора 1366 на 768, так что, как бы, да, это даже не Full HD. Поэтому стрим, как бы, в HD качестве всего лишь. Я никогда не отрину свои клятвы.
Now, shout from the top of your lungs. You are the noble
Ты благородный страдалец.
In a rundown shack on the far coast, a middle-aged man pounds his fists and looses an animal cry as he stares into a slither of clouded glass. From above the Bay of Revachol, a cold wind gathers in response. The people of the fishing village pull their coats and blankets tight about themselves. You step back from the mirror, A loose board creaks. An old mirror. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, such as it is, without.
Кстати, а я могу все еще побриться?
On the table, you see a
Могу,
bottle of
кстати.
rough soap.
Я отмечал, что у стримеров на высоком решении все гораздо детальнее выглядит. Да, возможно. А что на ачивке? Ну, ты будешь бриться тогда. Ну, я видел, мне не понравилось. Я буду таким ходить, блядь, с модными усами. Ща, я хотел... Ну, вообще, мы сейчас будем заканчивать, я как раз этот... Ой. Через 7 минут будет 2 часа. Ну, ачивка называется ледокол. До выражения лица можно и руками менять. Это одна из самых редких ачивок. 0,5% игроков. Соответственно. Вот. А ты говоришь, понял, что написано. Да, сама ачивка называется выражение лица, можно и руками менять. У меня изначальная мысль была о том, что это, типа, ну, относится к тому, что, типа, моя изначальная мысль была о том, типа, то, что, ну, выражение лица можно и руками менять, это, типа, о том, что ты кого-то, типа, пиздишь. А вот оно что, блядь, оказалось. Интересно, ой, я могу поговорить с Кимом про это. Ну, давайте сейчас я поговорю как раз с Кимом. И, соответственно, закончим. Тебе твое окаменевшее лицо.
Better keep the lieutenant in the dark about the whole icebreaker thing. He's not gonna get it.
Да что, лейтенант?
You look different. Constipated somehow?
Ты про это?
Yes. Your face. Looks like you're having a stroke. Can you even move it?
Можете им шевелить.
That's a negative, Lieutenant.
Я решил им шевелить. Это моя конечная форма.
I just don't understand, officer. Please help me understand.
Таков я отныне, Ким. Таким мне было предначертано
And
стать.
what is that? A walking mask?
Я чьей маской? Я ледокол.
No, you are not. What you are is an RCM lieutenant conducting a murder investigation.
Я призаю свой путь к мертвым землям Катла и Васы, дробя каждую льдину на своем пути.
No, but you see, you don't. You are not an icebreaker, or a firewalker, or even tequila sunset.
Ничто не остановит ледокол.
Are you fucking insane? Don't answer that, and stop doing it. Let's go.
The lieutenant's command instantly lets all the wind out of your sails, like he overrode your mind or flicked some secret master switch. It's like he reconditioned your brain.
Гениально, короче. Правда, мы теперь, блядь, низкополигональный. Ну как, блядь, не в низком разрешении. Ты говоришь, понял, что написано. Так, да, это мне Южное шоссе закинулось. Я не помню, что хорошего в Южном шоссе. Пока не будем трогать. Возможно, это хорошее освободиться в шкафчике мыслей. Вот. Называется база. А будем потихоньку заканчивать. Получается, как называется? В следующей... на следующем стриме мы, соответственно, будем уже заниматься... Ну, получается, во-первых, мы выполним задание с криптозоологом, отправим их домой. Получим достижение за безглютеновый пирог. Вот. Стал базированным копом. Да, все, типа, блядь. Коп, база зам. Вот, да, собственно, получим достижение за безглютеновый пирог. Вот, поговорим с ребятами вот этих в модных куртках. Да, поговорим с ребятами в модных куртках. Что-то еще. Я забыл, что еще. Ну и, собственно, да, ну, есть достижение, которое называется безглютеновый пирог, или как-то так. Да, ну, типа, достижение называется безглютеновый пирог. Мы сегодня его почти полностью выполнили, там просто для этого нужно, чтобы Морел и этот, блядь, Гэри ушли к Лене, вот. А они пока у меня не ушли, потому что я еще с Морелом не говорил, потому что мне нужен был Гэри для выполнения вот этого квеста. Вот. Но, соответственно, сегодня мы его уже, да, уже заканчиваем. Вот. Я вот буквально прощаюсь. Вот. Ну, собственно, продолжим, ну, сходим к этому, как называется, к... Забыл, как этого хуя зовут, блядь, уже. Короче, к главе... к Эврару. К Эврару сходим по поводу этого конверта. Вот. Побазарим с всеми остальными тут жителями, с кем еще не разговаривали. Кто там, вот, с этим вот челом, который стоит там и смотрит на этот вот плакат. И так далее, и так далее. Вот. Вот такая хуйня. Вот такая хуйня. Ой, нет, я уже все, блядь, отъезжаю. Отъезжаю на сон, что называется. Вот и все. Собственно, будем на сегодня с вами заканчивать. Кстати, скорее всего, я могу включить обратно чат, наконец-то. Вот, спасибо всем огромное, что смотрели. С вами был уставший уже, на самом деле, Леонид Рatahook. Пока. Да, спокойной всем ночи. Вот, сладких снов. Спасибо всем огромное, что смотрели. Сегодня мы очень дохуя сделали. На самом деле, прям очень такой насыщенный стрим получился. Особенно прям под конец. Ебать, мы этот квест, конечно, ебанули с кайфом. Вот. Дальше, что называется, будет только лучше, интереснее и так далее. Вот. Мы уже потихоньку приближаемся к концу расследования. Вот. Мы уже очень много сделали. Нам осталось еще, по сути, вот пара закрытых достижений. Очень надеюсь, что достижение с трупом прокнет, потому что ради него я очень сильно иду. И плюс хочу получить достижение с детективом Куна. Вроде как на него я тоже насобирал там то, что нужно. Вот, ладненько. Всем огромное еще раз спасибо, что смотрели. С вами был Leonid Ratahook. Подписывайтесь на мой канал, ставьте лайки, присылайте ваши комментарии, подписывайтесь на меня на Бусти, если вам нравится, что я делаю. Всем удачи, до скорых встреч, пока-пока, удачки, до новых встреч. Вот. Когда следующий стрим, пока не могу сказать, в ближайшие дни я, скорее всего, напишу в канале. Это надо убить Кима, что ли? Да, к сожалению. Чё, блядь? Чё это за звук? Звук как... Чё, блядь? Мне какое-то, блядь, то ли достижение, то ли что-то еще сейчас засчиталось, блядь. Какая-то хуйня выскочила. Стимовская. Звук как будто получил достижение. Буль-буль-буль. Короче, я сейчас, блядь, удивился, мне что-то нахуй пришло. Сейчас будем смотреть, что это такое. Ладно, всем огромное спасибо еще раз, что смотрели. Удачи вам, друзья, и до скорых встреч еще раз. Пока-пока. Удачки, будь.